The white snowfield is said to be the very center of the world, a frozen wasteland teeming with terrifying creatures. Among them lurks a colossal white serpent that devours glaciers, a massive gray bear whose steps shake the earth, and a cursed rat capable of corrupting and polluting the seas. Yet, despite these horrors, an emperor who once escaped from that place claimed that the monsters were not the greatest danger there. Deep within the snowfield's heart, a man faces off against a ferocious, scorpion-like beast. The battle is fierce but short-lived, as he swiftly strikes it down. Afterward, one of his companions scoffs, saying his actions are exactly what one would expect from a barbarian who proudly parades his ignorance as if it were a badge of honor. The silver-haired young man mutters in annoyance, wondering how much longer he'll have to endure the company of such fools. Curious, the girl in their group innocently asks what ignorance means and whether it's something edible, causing him to sigh in exasperation and tell her to forget it. In another moment, he angrily berates them for eating food he had explicitly warned would kill them. He's astonished they managed to consume everything in under a week. To his disbelief, the girl and the bald man take his outrage as a compliment, treating their reckless feat as an admirable challenge. Suddenly, the bald man, Greta, clutches his stomach and collapses, unconscious. The girl panics, frantically shaking him and screaming for him to wake up. Amid the commotion, the man can't help but think that this is nothing like the life he had once dreamed of. His thoughts drift back to the past, when he yearned to live in a fantastical world of magic and wonder. To chase that dream, he quit his job and embarked on a grand journey, scaling the tallest mountain on Earth, reaching its core, and even traveling to the planet's southernmost point. But in the end, nothing happened. Every night, he prayed, longing to escape the dull confines of reality and awaken in the heart of a fantastical world. The truth of his life was far from the magic he dreamed of, yet he held onto that hope. And then, one day, his prayers were answered. The scene shifts to the past. A man shivers violently under the biting cold as snow whips against his face. His companion, trudging beside him, warns, "Wrap yourself in more fur unless you want to freeze to death." They are part of a mercenary band, following their captain on a perilous mission to cross the infamous white snowfield. One man grumbles that the task is suicidal, no matter how tempting the reward, calling the very idea of crossing this wasteland pure madness. The captain cuts him off sharply, reminding them they all agreed to the job. But the mercenary fires back that no one warned them it would be this brutally cold. Inside a warm, insulated carriage, an elderly servant leans toward a young noblewoman. "Lady Molina of House Acacia, are you well?" he asks. She answers calmly, "I'm fine." From outside, muffled voices of guards complaining about the lethal cold filter in. The servant scowls, calling them insolent curs. But Molina comes to their defense, telling him not to be so harsh. They were the only ones willing to guard them on this dangerous journey through the snowfield. She even suggests they bring the guards inside, since the cold must be unbearable. The servant refuses, his voice firm, reminding her she knows well what lurks beyond the white veil of snow. "You mean the monsters?" she guesses. The servant nods and begins a grim tale. Long ago, an emperor with ambitions to rule the entire world sought to conquer the white snowfield. To achieve this, he led his most powerful warriors and soldiers into its frozen heart. Years later, his empire crumbled into obscurity, and he returned alone. Aged decades in appearance, his mind fractured. He confirmed the existence of the snowfield's monsters but claimed the most dangerous thing there was not a beast, but the barbarian. To him, this place was a living hell, a realm from which no one returned alive. The servant dismisses it as an old legend, but Molina counters that the emperor's words carried weight, especially since most of the creatures he described were eventually discovered. The old man concedes with a smile, adding that despite it all, no one has ever truly claimed to have seen a barbarian. Molina admits this is true. Outside, the captain suddenly raises his hand, halting the group. He squints into the swirling snow. "Something's out there," he says. They can barely make out a vague shape in the distance. "The good news," the captain notes, "is that it's small. The bad news, it's coming straight for us." The mercenaries tense, their eyes fixed on the figure drawing closer through the storm. At first, it seems to be a lone human, but then recognition strikes and terror follows. It's a barbarian. The man strides toward them with casual ease. Couldn't stand being around the others, so I went for a walk, he says matter-of-factly. Name's Cattle, from the Achin tribe. His eyes sweep over the group, his lips curling into a grin. What are the chances? Strangers in the snowfield. Looks like I've stumbled into a bit of luck. Cattle studies the group with a knowing look, guessing they're a band of mercenaries guarding a merchant caravan. He advises them to turn back, though his tone makes it clear he doubts they will. Then, glancing toward the carriage, he asks if their employer is inside. Without warning, he flashes them a disarming smile. I'd like to be hired as well, he says. The mercenaries stare at him in stunned silence before one manages to ask what he means. Cattle explains plainly, he'll help them cross the snowfield. Their suspicion only deepens. Why would a legendary barbarian be offering his services like an ordinary salesword? One of them voices the question on everyone's mind. Does this mean he isn't hostile? Cattle answers without hesitation. If I were hostile, he says, you'd all be dead already. The men exchange uneasy glances until one turns to the captain for a decision. Inside the carriage, Molina and her servant have overheard everything. The captain relays the situation to her. The barbarian is offering to join as a hired guard. When the servant asks the captain what would happen if they fought him, the captain doesn't hesitate. He advises strongly against it. Molina listens, then calmly gives her decision. Tell him we accept. The captain bows his head in respect and leaves to deliver the news. Cattle receives it with a pleased grin. But instead of staying put, he immediately strides toward the carriage. Much to the captain's alarm, Cattle notices the man's reaction. Relax, he says. We're both just employees here. I need to speak with my employer directly. Still wary, the captain warns him that if he tries anything suspicious, he won't hesitate to act. Cattle doesn't respond. One mercenary nervously asks if it's really okay to let him meet her, while another scoffs at the idea of stopping him, calling it a ridiculous joke. Inside, the servant panics when Molina begins preparing to step out, but she urges him to remain calm. Then, from outside, Cattle's voice calls, asking if he may enter. The request catches her off guard, but after composing herself, she grants permission. The carriage door opens and Cattle steps in. He glances at the servant. I trust you've calmed down. I have no intention of harming you. Molina can hardly believe it. The legendary barbarian is standing right in front of her. She greets him nervously, and he returns the greeting with a calm nod. Commenting on the cozy atmosphere, Cattle notes that keeping this level of warmth in a snowfield must be difficult. Molina explains that it's maintained through magic, which earns a satisfied nod from him, as if it's exactly what he expected in this kind of world. Then he gets straight to the point. This place is dangerous, he says. With your current mercenaries, your chances of survival are slim. I'll take over your protection. But I have one condition. Molina asks what he wants. Knowledge, Cattle replies. Information from outside the snowfield, specifically what you know. Molina presses him for details, but he assures her she will lose nothing by sharing it. Realizing she has no real alternative, she agrees. Cattle's expression softens. Good. Now, what's your name? Molina of House Akasha, she answers. I'm Cattle, he says with a grin. It's a pleasure to work with you. The scene shifts to Cattle's thoughts. He recalls how he had once longed for a life in a fantastical world, and how that wish came true in the cruelest way imaginable. One morning, without warning, he awoke as a barbarian in the heart of the white snowfield. There had been no time to understand why. Only the unending cold, the relentless threat of powerful monsters, and the burden of leading a tribe. Every day was a battle for survival, and he endured it all in a haze of despair. For countless years, Cattle struggled to escape the miserable white snowfield, but an unknown force, manifesting as an incomplete quest, kept him bound there, allowing him to leave only once it was fulfilled. No matter how he tried, the task remained unfinished. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, outsiders would occasionally appear. He never understood why anyone would willingly step into such a hellish place, until he realized something that reignited his will to live. The world beyond this frozen prison was the fantasy realm of magic and wonder he had always dreamed of. From that moment, his purpose changed. He no longer fought merely to survive, he fought to escape. He remembers the years spent crushing monsters, completing every quest that appeared before him, each step driven by the single thought, one day, I will get out. And because he couldn't leave, the scraps of information he gathered from outsiders became priceless treasures. Most of the humans he encountered had either panicked and attacked him or gone mad from the snowfield's horrors. It had been so long since he'd spoken to a civilized person that talking to Molina now felt soothing, a relief from the constant company of uncultured barbarians. The scene shifts back to the present. Cattle, glancing toward the carriages, casually remarks, "You're transporting weapons." Molina's eyes widen. "How did you know?" "I can hear the clink of sharp blades from here," Cattle replies simply. "Makes it obvious. Tell me, are you at war?" Molina nods. "The Empire and the Kingdom are currently at war." Cattle smirks faintly. "So the outside world isn't so peaceful after all." She goes on, explaining that the great empire is pressing hard with sheer numbers. But the kingdom refuses to yield, holding the line with swordmasters and heroes guarding its borders. The mention of these titles piques his interest. Swordmasters? Heroes? What kind of power do they use? "You don't know about mysticism?" she asks in surprise. "I've never left this place," Cattle answers flatly. Molina admits she doesn't know every detail, but begins explaining what she does know. Mysticism, she says, is a rare power. Few can even sense it, fewer still can wield it. Its users are ranked. Third rank, those who can merely sense mysticism. Second rank, those who can actively use it. First rank, those who can manifest mysticism as mana or aura. Knights, mages, and elementalists usually belong here. Beyond the first rank, the classifications lose meaning, for their holders are beings beyond human comprehension. She describes the transcendent rank, individuals who can freely command mysticism, capable of splitting the heavens and earth. A swordmaster belongs here, and above even that is the hero, a mythical being who doesn't just control mysticism but can shape the fate of the world itself. She finishes by noting that even a third-rank wielder is considered an exceptional figure in a small region. After hearing this, Cattle smiles. "I'd like to meet them." Molina stares at him, bewildered. Inside, Cattle reflects bitterly. He has no idea how long he's been trapped here, only that he has spent every moment desperately trying to survive. All he truly knows is this. He's in a snowfield in the middle of a fantasy world, and no matter what it takes, he will escape it. Cattle's thoughts sharpen. He corrects himself firmly. Not wants to get out, must get out. Molina resumes the conversation, asking if he is truly the barbarian from the old legends. "One could say so," Cattle replies, and from her expression, he can tell she already suspects as much. She confirms there is indeed a legend about him, which takes Cattle by surprise. He chuckles, realizing the madman he once encountered must have been the emperor from her story. "Then your legend is likely true," he tells her. "Because such a man did come here, a long time ago." Changing the subject, Cattle narrows his eyes. "Why are you transporting such a massive quantity of weapons through the most dangerous path in the snowfield?" When he asks about the reason for her journey, Molina explains that her family, merchants for generations, has been crushed by enormous debts, the result of rival traders' schemes. This expedition, she says, is her family's last hope to avoid complete ruin. Cattle studies her, then smirks knowingly. "So your plan is to sell the weapons to the kingdom, which is at war with the empire." Molina's eyes widen. "How did you?" He lays out his reasoning with ease. "You said yourself the empire attacks with huge numbers. That means they aren't short on weapons. The kingdom, on the other hand, would be desperate for them. When demand is high and supply is low, prices rise. Even without knowing the value of goods outside, I'd wager the profit makes this insane journey worth the risk." He adds one last point. "And since you're crossing here, it must be because there's no other route to the kingdom. Their territory must border the empire's." Molina admits he's correct. She finds herself stunned by his insight. This is nothing like the barbarian she had heard about. Supposedly a savage, ignorant brute. She begins to wonder who Cattle really is. Suddenly, the carriage lurches violently. The servant cries out in alarm. Cattle remains calm. "We've got uninvited guests," he says. Outside, a massive, warped creature emerges from the snow, looming over the mercenaries. They immediately recognize it. A black slime. "That its name?" Cattle asks. Molina nods, explaining that it's a monster well documented in the archives. Over the years, many powerful adventurers have ventured into the snowfield. Few ever returned, but those who did recorded their encounters, and the black slime appears in most of those accounts. She turns to Cattle. You know it as well? Of course, he says without hesitation. Rubbery things. Not bad as a snack. Decent meal, really? Molina's eyes widen in horror. You eat them, he smirks. Want to try one? We could hunt a few. She shakes her head frantically. No, thank you. Outside, the black slime begins to move, its body quivering in preparation for an attack. All eyes turn to Cattle, but he raises a hand. We have a pact. I protect your lives. That means I step in only if there's real danger. Cattle gestures toward the looming black slime. You can handle this one yourselves. More importantly, I need to gauge the strength of the outside world for myself. The creature lunges, its massive form shaking the ground. Shields up, the captain roars. The mercenaries brace themselves, but the force of the slime's strikes sends shudders through their line. One fighter leaps high, aiming to finish the beast, but is swatted aside like an insect, cursing its sheer power as he crashes into the snow. The captain's eyes narrow, then light up with recognition. It can only move in straight lines. Spread out and coordinate your attacks. The men snap into action, quickly adjusting their positions. They weave around the monster's predictable charges, slipping past its lunges and striking together in unison. Steel flashes, biting deep into the slime's rubbery mass, and the creature lets out a hideous screech. Don't stop. Keep stabbing, the captain shouts over the chaos. But their relentless blows aren't enough. Normal attacks barely slow it down. Aim for the nucleus. It's somewhere inside, the captain orders. His own blade begins to glow, heat radiating off its edge. With a fierce cry, he drives it downward, slicing through the slime's body. A red, pulsating core emerges, and with a single decisive strike, it shatters. The black slime collapses, its body dissolving into a puddle that hisses in the snow. Panting and wide-eyed, the mercenaries cheer in disbelief. We actually killed it. Their celebration is cut short by a thunderous growl. From the swirling snow steps a massive white wolf, its fur bristling, fangs bared. Aim for the neck, a mercenary shouts, and the battle begins anew. One fighter leaps onto the beast, steel flashing against white fur. When the wolf finally falls, one mercenary scoffs, claiming the white snowfield isn't as dangerous as the stories say. The captain fixes him with a sharp glare. Don't get cocky. We're not even halfway through. The discussion turns toward Cattle. One man questions whether the barbarian is truly as strong as the emperor's legend claims. After all, he hasn't fought once. Another snorts that Cattle must be at the bottom of the snowfield's food chain if he's relying on them for protection, suggesting they should test his strength. Inside the carriage, silence stretches between Molina and Cattle until a mercenary approaches, asking to speak with her. He reminds her that they're risking their lives for this mission, honoring their contract. Molina meets his gaze with sincerity. I'm deeply grateful to all of you. Without your courage, I couldn't have even attempted this journey. Everyone else fled the moment they heard the details. But the man presses on. There's one thing bothering us. The barbarian hasn't lifted a finger to fight. We need to know if he really deserves the special treatment he's getting. From the front, the captain mutters that he tried to stop them, but they refused to listen. Cattle, who had been listening in silence, finally speaks. I don't mind testing my strength, he says evenly. But not now. We've got other visitors. Ones who came before you. An ominous voice suddenly echoes through the icy air, low and dripping with menace. How delightful, weak humans have wandered into my domain. Such delicacies. The mercenaries tense, eyes darting toward the horizon. Then it appears, a colossal, ghostly white serpent, its body coiling through the snow like a living nightmare. Scream, suffer. Your pain will only make the flavor richer. The sheer pressure radiating from the creature makes Molina and the mercenaries cry out in agony. Cattle steps forward, his voice cutting through the howling wind. That's enough. These are my guests. Leave. The serpent's head tilts, its cold gaze locking on him. Why are you here, barbarian? You know the rules. Your tribe's territory is off limits. That's none of your business, Cattle replies flatly. The serpent's eyes narrow in rage. How ridiculous. I am the immortal serpent, promised eternity itself, and you dare to give me orders. Cattle smirks. Then it looks like you need to be disciplined. In an instant, he launches forward. The collision between man and monster explodes in a blinding shockwave that tears through the snowfield. The blast rattles the carriage, and Molina screams from the force. When the haze clears, Cattle stands over the battered serpent. Some types only listen after a good beating, he mutters. Molina stares in awe as he raises his weapon again. Don't worry, he tells her. I'll finish it quickly. A final, devastating strike follows. Blinding light consumes the serpent's massive body until it vanishes entirely, leaving nothing but steaming snow in its place. The mercenaries who had doubted him moments before now fall to their knees, begging for forgiveness. Cattle simply waves them off. It's fine. Trusting a stranger isn't easy. He then turns to Molina, his eyes narrowing slightly. I have a question. From your clothes and speech, you're clearly more than just a simple family representative. Why take on this journey yourself? Molina hesitates, then speaks. She is the first daughter of Velika, the concubine of Lord Kasakasha. Her mother, brought in through a political marriage, was used and abandoned, a powerless woman trapped in a miserable existence. Though technically part of the family, both she and her mother are treated as little more than servants. She admits she volunteered for the dangerous mission. Someone had to set an example. Cattle nods slowly. I see. You're smart, greedy, and ambitious. Suddenly, the endless white gives way to a breathtaking sight, lush green grass. They've reached the exit of the snowfield. The mercenaries stop in awe, taking in the vivid contrast to the frozen wasteland behind them. Molina turns to Cattle with gratitude. Thank you. He shrugs. You can return through the Empire once the weapons are sold. That route will be much easier. But Molina's curiosity lingers. Earlier, when you called me smart and ambitious, what did you mean by that? Cattle smirks. Exactly what I said. Then he leans in slightly, explaining. Your family, once highly respected, is now in turmoil because of its lack of funds. Cattle studies her closely. Even as the daughter of a concubine, if you personally take action and carve out a path to save the family when it's on the brink of collapse, tell me, who will the people trust and follow? He lets the question hang for a moment before delivering his conclusion. Your true goal is to seize real power within your family, isn't it? Molina meets his gaze and admits softly, your answer is perfect. Cattle smirks. It's a common tale. A concubine's child taking on a perilous challenge to claim the right of inheritance. Inwardly, Molina marvels at him. This barbarian was nothing like the shallow, half-baked intellectuals she had met before. He had sharp insight and overwhelming strength. She couldn't help but imagine what it would mean if such power that defeated the white serpent without a scratch, were hers. With that thought, she makes him an offer. If you ever think of leaving the snowfield, come with me. Cattle shakes his head. Not yet. I still have matters to handle here. Molina doesn't press further. Instead, she removes a small piece of jewelry and holds it out to him. If you ever get out, seek the Akasha family. Show them this, and they'll know who you are. Cattle accepts it with a grin. I'll remember that. They exchange farewells. Molina thanking him and praying they will meet again, before her carriage rolls away into the distance. 5 years later, in the white snowfield, glowing text appears before Cattle. Quest number 1784 completed. All conditions met. Another message follows. You may now leave the snowfield. At last, he steps toward a shimmering barrier. Crossing it, he inhales deeply. The scent of grass, animals, and running water filling his lungs for the first time in years. A smile spreads across his face. He turns back toward the endless snow, shouting into the distance, I'll never return to that hell. This was it, his first real step into the fantasy world he had dreamed of for so long. The starting point had been a nightmare, but he had survived. Now, with dragons, elves, magic, and swords awaiting him, he vowed to enjoy every moment of this new life. He knew it was his burning desire to reach this world that had kept him alive all these years. His thoughts are interrupted by the sound of voices ahead. A gathering of people. His heart leaps. It must be a village. A real, civilized settlement. After years among ignorant barbarians who cared nothing for shelter, the thought of a proper, well-designed human town fills him with nostalgic warmth. As he wonders how to introduce himself politely, he hears a voice carry over the air. To all dear elf villagers, this place will be our new home. Cattle pauses, watching a group of elves unload their belongings, smiling and celebrating. A young elf turns to an elder, worry in his voice. Are we truly safe here? The elder nods. We are. Even though this place is remote and humans can't reach it, I understand your concern about the snowfield. The young elf's expression tightens. It's too close. What if monsters appear? The elder smiles reassuringly. Nothing has come out of the snowfield for thousands of years, and as a precaution we've raised a barrier. Ancient elven concealment magic will make this place look like an ordinary forest to outsiders. As long as the barrier holds, no one will ever find us. The elder adds confidently, and even if monsters came, we have Her Majesty the Queen, whom even the beasts of the snowfield dare not touch. At that very moment, as Cattle walks along the forest's edge, he feels a faint tearing sensation, like pushing through something unseen. He pauses, wondering if there was something strange here, but quickly dismisses it, unaware that he has just breached the elves' magical barrier. Continuing deeper into the forest, he wonders how much farther he must go, until he spots her. A small, lost elf girl. His heart leaps. A real elf, one of the fantasy races he had dreamed of since his former life. In that moment, all the suffering and survival in the snowfield feels worth it. The girl, however, is crying and frightened, having wandered too far from home. Cattle approaches with a warm, "Hello," but the instant she sees him, she panics and faints, catching her before she hits the ground. Cattle stares at her in mild confusion. Well, now what? With no conversation possible, he decides to carry her back to her village. He recalls the tales, elves, a peaceful and benevolent race. Surely, if he returns the child safely, they'll welcome him with kindness and hospitality. The thought fills him with eager anticipation. But when he arrives at the village with the unconscious child in his arms, reality proves far different. A woman, clearly the girl's mother, screams in horror. "My child!" Her voice trembles with panic as she stares at the human carrying her daughter. All around, elves draw weapons and glare at him. "Who are you? How did you breach the barrier?" Cattle blinks, realizing this is not going at all how he imagined. The elder steps forward, eyes wide. "Impossible, a human here? In our protected land." Another elf rushes over. "Elder, there's a crack in the barrier." The elder's face drains of color. "Where is Her Majesty the Queen?" "She's away on a short reconnaissance," someone answers. Cattle raises his free hand in a calming gesture. "Wait, I'm not your enemy." A warrior cuts him off with a cold threat. "Return the child, or I'll hunt you to the ends of the world." The elder's expression darkens. "The barrier is broken. Our location is compromised. The humans must have been preparing for this for some time. How long have they been tracking us?" It hits Cattle. They think he's a kidnapper. He decides to clear the misunderstanding first. Gently, he sets the girl, now regaining consciousness, on the ground. "Go back to your people." The child stares at him, frozen in fear. Then, with a terrified cry, she turns and runs toward her mother. Her wailing is so intense that Cattle blinks in surprise. Is my face really that scary? A little disheartened, he recalls thinking his looks were decent enough in the snowfield. "See," he says, trying to reason with them. "I returned her. I'm not an enemy." But the elder's voice booms over him. "The hostage has been released. Attack." Bows creak, and a volley of arrows cuts through the air toward him. Cattle sighs, wondering if anyone is even listening. As the arrows rain down, his thoughts turn bitter. In the legends, elves were supposed to be gentle, nature-loving, and peaceful. Yet these real elves are violent and hostile. Then it clicks, elves do live in nature. And nature is the law of survival of the fittest. In truth, their brutality makes sense. Theirs is not the peace of harmony, it is the peace of dominance. As the rain of arrows pelts Cattle, they bounce off his body without leaving a scratch. He doesn't even flinch. Calmly, he accepts it. This is reality. The elves are not the gentle, peace-loving race of legend. The surrounding elves freeze in shock. The elder stares wide-eyed. What kind of magical tool is he using? He snaps back to command. "Keep firing. Everyone has limits." Still standing, Cattle exhales slowly. "Let's calm things down, shall we?" With a subtle shift in posture, he releases a massive wave of purple energy. A deafening boom follows, and a violent shockwave ripples outward, launching elves into the air like leaves in a storm. Dust settles over the gaping crater left behind. In its center stands Cattle, unshaken. "I'm not your enemy," he says again, voice firm but not aggressive. He frowns slightly. Maybe I overdid that, he thinks. Just a little. Before the elves can recover, a blazing arrow surrounded by phoenix-like flame arcs through the sky, then slams into Cattle with an explosive force. The impact shakes the forest, fire bursting in all directions. The source steps forward. Cloaked in majesty and flame stands the elf queen, Maria Hashian Kuja. "What is going on here?" she demands. The elder bows. "Your Majesty, a human has broken through the barrier and attacked us." Her face darkens. "Then it's as I feared. This place is no longer safe." Cattle raises his voice, trying to reason with her. "Wait, I'm not here to." But the elder stares at him, stunned. "He's still standing?" After that, the queen narrows her eyes. "So, another powerful enemy sent to destroy us." Her voice drips with scorn. "Humans? Despicable creatures." She draws a glowing arrow, energy crackling at her fingertips. "I am Maria Hashian Kuja, queen of the Leaf Tribe, and you will pay for daring to covet what is ours." Cattle grits his teeth, frustration mounting. "We speak the same language, so why won't they listen? Are things between elves and humans really this bad? Or is she just refusing to hear me out?" His expression hardens. "Fine. Then I'll do what I did in the snowfield. If words don't work, beat them until they listen." The queen releases her arrow. In midair, it transforms into a massive spectral dragon head, roaring as it flies toward Cattle. He doesn't hesitate. Energy crackles around his fist as he readies a counterattack. With a shout, he slams his fist into the dragon's open maw. A titanic explosion follows, consuming the sky in blinding light. The shockwave sends the queen flying. She crashes to the ground, stunned and bruised. Cattle looks at his fist, sighing. "I really need to start holding back." Across the field, the queen blinks in disbelief. "He's strong far beyond what I imagined." From that single clash, she understands this man is a transcendent at minimum. But why? Why is someone like him here? Still reeling, she gathers herself. "Everyone," she orders, "evacuate immediately." The elves begin to retreat at her command. Facing Cattle, she says coldly, "I acknowledge your strength, but whatever it is you seek here, you will never achieve it." Cattle clenches his jaw. "This is a disaster. I just wanted to talk." But the queen isn't done. She begins to chant low, ancient words that resonate with heat and power. A summoning. From the ground beneath her rises a horned beast wreathed in pure flame. A great spirit, its name Vgo. A flaming bull said to carry the purest fire of the spirit realm. Excitement surges through Cattle's chest. The monsters of the snowfield had been terrifying, yes, but they were mostly grotesque and strange. More nightmare than fantasy. This was different. Before him stood a bull wreathed in living fire, its great horns blazing like molten gold. This was no mere beast. This was a true spirit. This, Cattle thought, eyes gleaming, is real fantasy. The queen's voice rang out, cold and commanding. "Vgo, eliminate the enemy." The mighty fire spirit snorted, his voice a low, gruff rumble. "Summoning contracts, always a nuisance. Such a hassle." "Silence," the queen snapped. Inwardly, she grimaced. Powerful spirits were almost always old and arrogant. She had only secured this contract with the help of another tribe, and she had never expected to summon him under such desperate circumstances. "Fulfill your contract," she ordered again. Vgo's burning gaze shifted toward Cattle. "And the contract requires killing this human?" He paused, something in Cattle's presence making his flames flicker. That aura. Was this man truly human? Meanwhile, Cattle remained half-dazed by the grandeur of the moment, until the pieces clicked together, and he realized the enemy to be eliminated was him. His excitement dimmed into dry disappointment. Vgo's voice deepened, heavy with contempt. "A human daring to covet a race of nature. I'll burn you to ash." The spirit charged, a blazing juggernaut of fire and fury. Cattle braced himself. A shockwave split the air. The queen flinched at the force of it, only to open her eyes in disbelief. Cattle was standing firm, one hand gripping Go's flaming horn as if it were nothing. A slow smile crept across his face. Now this is easier. I never hesitate to crush monsters. With a single motion, Cattle unleashed his strength. The resulting blast tore through the forest, shattering stone and sending echoes into the upper atmosphere. The queen screamed against the roaring shockwave. The once green forest lay obliterated, replaced by a yawning crater. At its center, Cattle strode toward the queen, who now lay battered on the ground. She looked up at him, defeated, and pleaded, "At least, spare my people." "I'm not your enemy," Cattle said calmly. She stared at him in silence, unable to process his words. In time, after heated discussion and reluctant listening, the elves accepted the truth. He had not come to harm them. The queen herself approached him, bowing her head in apology. "We were too quick to judge you, and I deeply regret mistaking the one who returned a lost child for an enemy." Cattle nodded. "I understand your caution. You've been driven from your home by humans. It's natural to be suspicious. Still, I admit it stung that no one would hear me out." The queen studied him carefully. "You are not one of the humans who hunted us?" "This is the first time I've ever seen an elf," Cattle said. "There are none in the white snowfield." At the mention of that cursed place, the queen's eyes widened. "The white snowfield? Then, you're the Ashen Barbarian?" Cattle smirked. "That's the name strangers give me, yes." She shook her head in disbelief. "I thought it was impossible for a human to survive there." The queen's expression shifts, concern clouding her features. "If you came from the white snowfield, does that mean others could escape as well?" Cattle shakes his head. "I can't say for certain, but I doubt it. The snowfield has rules even dragons can't break. For some reason, I was the only one who could leave. Something about completing a quest. I'm sure my case is a rare exception." Relief softens the queen's gaze. Cattle tilts his head toward her. "And your summoned beast?" he says bluntly. "The bull was split clean in half." The queen allows a faint smile. "There's no need to worry. Spirits are beings of nature, they don't die as mortals do. It's simply returned to the spirit world." Her tone turns formal. "And I apologize for my rudeness earlier. If you desire something, I will grant you a wish." The word spirit lingers in Cattle's mind. Can non-elves make contracts with one? She hesitates. Normally, it's impossible. But, she reconsiders, there are some humans deeply attuned to nature who can form pacts. Cattle's interest sharpens. "Then tell me how." After a pause, she answers, "You should go to Elodo, the sacred land of the elves, where our god resides. There, you might find a spirit willing to contract with you. And a human like me would be allowed there? With my recommendation, perhaps. But you must keep its location secret." Inwardly, she weighs the risk. Yahello Sagrad, the heart of our people. No elf ever reveals its location to another race. The danger from humans is too great. Yet, despite her reservations, she makes her choice. She produces a glowing crystal, holding it out to him. "Take this. Even if you reach the sacred land, our god will test you. But I believe you will pass. May your journey be safe." Cattle accepts the crystal with a nod. "Thank you. I am Maria Hashian Kuja, queen of the Leaf Tribe. And you?" "Cattle," he replies with a small grin. "The Barbarian." Some time later, Cattle moves swiftly through the forest, each bound covering great distances. Soon, he reaches the border of the Barkhan territory in the kingdom of Jihentra. At the gates, guards are startled by a deep, rolling thunder in the distance, followed by an overwhelming surge of power racing toward them. The captain's face hardens. "Sound the bell. All guards, assemble." The ground erupts in a shockwave as Cattle lands heavily, dust and debris scattering in every direction. The captain stares, stunned. "What in the world?" Cattle raises a hand in greeting. "You the guards here?" The men tighten their grips on their weapons, exchanging wary glances. One of them whispers, "Is he the source of that noise?" Another's eyes widen as he takes in Cattle's gray hair and the scar across his chest. "That's the Ashen Barbarian." As Cattle steps forward, they level their weapons. "Don't come any closer, or we attack." Calmly, he replies, "I'm not your enemy. Let's just talk." One of the guards swallows hard. "Then, what do you want from us?" Cattle raised his hand and pointed toward the city gate. The nearest guard frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Are you pointing at the entrance? I want to visit your territory, Cattle said plainly. The guard's jaw dropped. You what? Later, in a modest but well-guarded room, the guard captain studied Cattle across the table. So your only purpose is to pass through? If possible, I'd like to stay for a while, Cattle replied. Not sure how long. The captain tapped the table. Name? Cattle. Any proof of identity? Or someone who can vouch for you? Cattle shook his head, then remembered the crest Molina had given him. Her words echoed in his mind. Show it to the Akasha family if you ever get out of the snowfield. Reaching into his belongings, he set the crest on the table. Would this do? The captain's eyes narrowed. It's the crest of the Akasha family, Cattle explained. Given to me by a descendant of that lineage. The captain leaned back. Akasha? The merchant family from the kingdom of Dinian? He rubbed his chin. I remember hearing about a caravan from that family heading to the snowfield years ago, and that their influence grew fast after a change in leadership. Then the crest is enough to confirm my identity? Cattle asked. It doesn't look fake, the captain admitted. But it's not from our kingdom, so I can't confirm it completely. After a moment's thought, he added, Still, it's useful. I'll allow you to enter on one condition. Cattle raised an eyebrow. Which is? We've got 3 others with unconfirmed identities trying to enter. You'll form a team with them and clear a nearby dungeon to prove you're not a threat. Cattle smirked. That's easier than I expected. Don't get comfortable, the captain said, leaning forward. There's a second condition. After clearing the dungeon, you'll report all details of the operation to me. Cattle immediately understood. Clever. Make the unknowns watch each other, compare their reports, and see who slips up. The captain coughed, quickly changing the subject. By the way, are you really a barbarian? I am, Cattle replied without hesitation. The captain shook his head. I've never seen a barbarian like you. Always thought they were an ignorant race. He stood, ending the meeting. That's all. You leave immediately. Elsewhere, the waiting room. Aleandro Tyrannus, a self-proclaimed holy knight, paced irritably. Why do I have to enter a dungeon with a lowly swindler who preys on others? From his chair, the thief Kassan Hawk shot back with a grin. Oh? Still sore because another thief cleaned you out? Is that why you're lashing out at me, old man? Aleandro's eyes flared. How dare a thief insult a holy knight? Kassan looked him over with a mocking smile. Holy knight? In that dented, rusted armor? If you were the real thing, you wouldn't be here at all. Face it, you're just a wandering warrior, same as me. Insects of the same breed. Aleandro slammed a hand on the table. Say that again. Why? You think that scrap metal you're wearing will protect you? Kassan sneered. Before it could escalate further, a soft voice cut through the tension. Enough. The third member, a priestess named He of Kushia, stood between them, eyes filled with worry. We're supposed to work together to clear a dungeon, and you're already fighting. The guard captain stepped into the room. The dungeon requires a minimum of 4 people. You'll have 1 more teammate. The priestess clasped her hands. Please, let the last one be normal. You can judge for yourself, the captain replied. He's here now. The door opened. Cattle stepped inside. All 3 existing team members stared, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Cattle stepped into the room, eyes scanning the 3 people before him. So, you're my team? He asked cheerfully. The 3 reacted with varying shades of shock. Aleandro eyed him warily. He's massive. The priestess tilted her head, a trace of unease in her voice. Is he even human? Kassan's eyes narrowed. He could feel the pressure radiating from this newcomer. Hello, Cattle said with a casual smile. The guard captain cleared his throat. You can introduce yourselves while I step out for a moment. Cattle started. I'm Cattle, Barbarian. His gaze shifted to the thief. And you, Kasanya, the thief said reluctantly. Cattle turned to the armored man. And you, Aleandro Tyrannus. The so-called holy knight replied stiffly. You use holy power? Cattle asked curious. Aleandro looked away. Not exactly. I'm a special kind of holy knight. I can't use it. The priestess stepped forward next. I am a priestess of Kushia, the god of lies and deceit. Cattle blinked. Then why isn't your identity confirmed? You're a priestess. Her eyes dimmed. Because the god I serve is not highly regarded. With introductions done, the guard captain returned. If you're ready, you can set off. The four left together in tense silence, the air thick with mutual caution. At the dungeon site, an escorting guard gestured toward a yawning stone entrance. 3 floors deep, the monsters inside are undead. Your task: clear it and retrieve a crest. Cattle looked at Kazan. You explain the plan before we start. Kazan began cautiously. Yes, sir. Cattle grinned. Drop the sir. We're comrades now. Kazan nodded and laid out the strategy. Cattle and the warrior Aleandro will form the front line. I'll search for traps. The priestess will support from the rear with her divine powers. Sounds good, Cattle said, much to Kazan's quiet surprise. Then let's go, Cattle added enthusiastically, leading them into the dark maw of the dungeon. Inside, the pitch-black corridors stretched endlessly. No traps, no locked gates, just a quiet, unsettling emptiness. Kazan frowned. Too ordinary. Suddenly, he stopped and signaled for the group to halt. Monster ahead. Cattle squinted into the shadows. I don't see any. Then he pointed to the ground. Bone fragments. Skeletons. Step closer and they'll rise to attack. Kazan's gut twisted. The captain knew. This isn't just a test. It's a way to get rid of troublesome outsiders. Skeletons? Cattle murmured, testing the word. Aleandro spoke gravely. They're strong. Even if you cut off limbs, they keep moving. And being made of bone, their defense is high. This dungeon just got harder. Kazan took point again. Priestess, ready your divine power. Aleandro, shield up. Cattle, prepare yourself. Aim for the neck, hit it multiple times if you have to. That's their weak point. Cattle thought to himself, Kazan's a good leader. The moment they advanced, a skeleton clawed its way up from the floor, empty sockets glowing faintly. The team tensed, weapons at the ready, but Cattle simply raised his hand. Crack. One casual blow shattered the skeleton's skull into splinters. His body crumbled into a pile of bones. Cattle brushed the fine magical dust from his palm. Next, Aleandro, Hayes, and Kazan are all just absolutely speechless. And Kettle laughs, saying that it's just as Kazan said, and that it stops moving once you take its head off. Kazan laughs awkwardly once more, saying that's not what he meant. Skeletons are creatures made of bone, and a skeleton's bones are extremely hard in comparison, as they're not like normal bones. Even for a skilled swordsman, it's pretty difficult for them to cut through it in a single strike, and it's nearly impossible without aura. Furthermore, this skeleton was strengthened by the dungeon's mana. The only way to defeat a skeleton is by repeatedly attacking its neck to sever the vertebrae. To go beyond simply severing the neck bones and instead pulverize it, by all accounts, would be impossible. He knew that Kettle was strong, but he never thought he'd be this strong, wondering if he's really a human. The entire thing is just a pile of dust now, and they're all still staring at him in disbelief. Kettle then turns, saying that they should keep going. They all say right away and start running towards him, and he says there's no need to rush. Kazan says yes and gives him a salute, and both Hayes and Alessandro just don't want to die. As they keep walking forward, Kettle notices something as he sees a skeleton's head on the floor. Kazan asks why he's stopping, and we see tons of skeletons starting to form up from the ground. Hayes yells, and Kazan and Alessandro ready themselves for a brawl. But Kettle says he has a favor to ask. They all wonder what it is, and he says he wants to handle the skeletons by himself, as there's something he wants to test out. They tell him to do as he pleases, and Hayes agrees. Kettle thanks them as he slowly walks forward towards one of the skeletons, picking up a sword. They wonder what he's planning to do, and Kettle says this is fascinating. Wondering how the skeleton put itself together. It leaps towards him with its sword reared back and swings, and Kettle catches it in between his fingers and snaps the blade, asking what it's going to do about this. The skeleton then pulls its half-sword back, readying another attack, and leaps off the wall, going straight towards Kettle. As it swings down towards him, Kettle steps just enough where it cuts some of his hair and looks super excited, asking what it'll do now. As he grabs onto its wrist, pulverizing it into dust, and we see its hand drop to the floor. The skeleton looks down at it, confused, and then glares back up at him before it kicks the sword up and starts twirling it in the air before it catches it with its left hand. Kettle is just so amused, saying that it knows how to switch to its offhand. The skeleton charges in, this time with a reverse grip, and Kettle grabs onto its wrist once more and pulls its arm off. The skeleton starts to fall backwards and stumbles, but catches its balance as it comes in for a follow-up attack, using its broken wrist straight for Kettle. Kettle catches it and breaks it once more, saying that this thing is actually pretty smart, and Hayes just looks horrified that he's toying with it. Even Alessandro and Kaysen do as to their eyes. Kettle is playing with it, and in reality he's just fascinated. Kettle starts whacking at it, and Kaysen looks terrified. The skeleton's skull falls to the ground, and Kettle glares at it, saying that it can't move with only its head. As he raises his foot, he stomps it, saying, "This sure is amusing." He then asks if he's kept them waiting long, apologizing for the delay. Kaysen says not at all, telling him to take his time, and Kettle thanks him. We then see him over another pile of dust, and he tells them that he's ready to head out once more. They all say yes sir and follow him closely behind. He then comes to a stop, and Kaysen says that this is where they need to go as it leads to the second floor. They start heading down the stairs, and Kaysen lets out a sigh, saying that it would be best if they took a brief rest. Kettle looks up at them and thinks about it, saying that would indeed be for the best, and Kaysen thanks him before bowing. We see Kettle sitting there and they rest, but they all just look super awkward. He says that he has something to ask in regards to this dungeon. Hayes asks what it is. Kettle says it's embarrassing, but his knowledge on dungeons is very insufficient. Hayes tells him that it's a virtue to have a desire to learn, and she's not terribly knowledgeable herself, but she can help. Kettle says he's grateful, and she wonders what it is that he's curious about. Kettle says that this dungeon is located rather close to the territory and wonders if there are no issues with the dungeon and the monsters within. Hayes says generally monsters don't venture outside the dungeon, although there are exceptions. Cases like that are identified and dealt with beforehand. Kasim clears his throat, saying that dungeons are a natural phenomenon. Sometimes they appear as caves and other times as towers. The majority of dungeons manifest near densely populated areas. Kettle says that it makes sense now why it's here. Hayes tells him when a dungeon manifests, the local lord assesses the danger level, and then outsiders like themselves, mercenaries, or guards are dispatched to clear it. Kettle says that's interesting, asking if they do not manifest inside the territory. Hayes says that's correct, and they always appear at a distance. Kettle says he sees and asks if there is a reward for successful conquest of the dungeons. Hayes says that's correct, and there's usually a boss on the final floor, and they will receive various rewards for defeating it. For a dungeon this size, the reward should be quite substantial. Kettle laughs, saying it's just like a game. She asks what he means, and he says that he was talking to himself. He has one more thing that he is curious about, and they tell him to ask. Kettle asks who it is that makes the dungeons. Hayes is confused, asking what he means. As dungeons occur naturally, no one creates them. Kettle says there are too many oddities for that to be the case. First, they manifest near populated areas as if demanding to be explored. They appear near settlements, tempting people with treasure. For a natural phenomenon, it feels far too deliberate. Hayes says that now that he mentions it, it does make a lot of sense. That was such a given, she never even thought to question it. Even Kaysen says he never considered it or even doubted it. It was simply the natural order. They wonder how a barbarian is questioning the very truth of their world. As barbarians by all accounts are ignorant and savage people, all beings devoid of blood and tears. That much is known by everyone in the world. But if they go based off everything they know, then they can't say that this man is a typical barbarian. Kettle says it sure is interesting, and Ken snaps out of his thoughts. Kettle asks everyone if they have rested enough. They all sit up, saying yes. Kettle says that if they are ready, then they can depart once more. Hayes says yes, and they start heading out. As they get deeper into the second floor, Kettle notices something as there's a chest on the ground, asking what it is. Kaysen says that it's a treasure chest, one of the rewards of the maze, and he may have it, provided he can unlock it. But while that's easy for him to say, a chest of this quality, they would need a master rogue with proven lockpicking skills. A better rogue of that caliber wouldn't be in this dungeon, so they'll have to abandon the chest. Kettle asks Ken to unlock it, and Kaysen wonders why the hell he's asking him to do it. Kettle says that it's a treasure chest and he is a rogue. Kaysen says that is true, and before he can finish a sentence, Kettle says that it is the role of the rogue to handle treasure chests. Therefore, he is asking him to do it. Kaysen says that he's not wrong. But there is a problem. If he could actually do that, he wouldn't be in this situation to begin with. A bot feeder like him, who isn't even acknowledged by the guild, has no business knowing how to pick locks. But he can't just tell him the truth because Kettle's face looks so excited. And if he's honest, it will instantly turn into disappointment. He starts having a bad mental image of Kettle, calling him pathetic, and he recalls how he turned those skeletons into dust and doesn't want to end up like them. He's crying internally, but outside he says that he'll give it a shot and laughs awkwardly. We then see him trying, and he says that if he fails this, he's not going to get out of here alive. And Kettle says he finds this very curious. Kazan tells himself to remember the skills he saw while working as a porter for the others. It's not coming to his head, but he lights the fire, saying that he's going to have to risk his life and remember this. Bro's bloodline depends on this. Kazan then notices something and Kettle sees him shaking, wondering what's up. Kazan cries tears of joy, saying that it's opened. I actually like this guy. Hayes as well is excited, saying that she heard that only skilled thieves can unlock treasure chests. But to see it, he's truly amazing. Kettle says that's very impressive, and Kazan says that it definitely seemed impossible, wondering how it happened. He says that he's always prided himself on doing his best to live, but at this moment, for the first time in his life, he began to question his best, wondering if he was really living his best life in the past. Kettle asks how much value the stuff inside has. Hayes says that with this much, a regular family could live comfortably for about a month, and they could live quite luxuriously. Kettle laughs, asking if that's really the case, telling Kazan to take care of the rewards. Kazan says yes, sir. He grabs a chalice out of the chest and looks down at it, completely enamored. Kettle calls out to him, causing him to freak out and scream. Kettle asks if he needs help, and Kazan doesn't say anything, so it makes Kettle wonder if he's hurt. But Kazan says that he didn't do anything, leaving the three of them confused. Sometime later, as they're walking through the dungeon, we see Ken carrying a sack full of goodies. Kettle tells everybody to stop as there are skeletons and they're looking at them up ahead. From the bones, there are 4. Kettle says he'll handle 3 of them. They all realize what this means, and he says that he'll leave the last one to them. Kazan says this is going to be a real battle, and Alejandro and Hayes are ready as well. Kettle walks forward, and as the skeletons start to wake up, Kazan says that whenever he sees it, the sight of bones being assembled gives him chills. As they're now starting to stand up, we see all 4 of them, and Kettle tells everybody to get ready. We see a golden aura enveloping all 3 of them from Hayes' buff. Kettle tells them to start the fight, and Kazan charges in. He swings at one of them, cutting its neck, but it wasn't enough. And then when the other skeletons go to surround him, Kettle grabs onto them, pulling 3 of them away like he said he would, saying that this is a rare spectacle and they shouldn't interrupt, and he'll let them all handle it. The skeleton raises its sword, swaying down, at which Alejandro blocks. As it's busy grinding against his shield, Kazan leaps off the wall, coming in for an attack from behind and swings towards its back. Hayes takes this chance while it's distracted and uses a spell called the Shadow of Confusion, giving Alessandro a big buff as he's glowing very golden. He dashes forward, slicing through the skeleton's neck with his attack. The skeleton drops to its knees, but we see that its neck was only fractured. It then starts laughing, realizing it lived. And Kettle as well begins laughing as we see he's already dealt with the other 3 skeletons, saying that it's really impressive to see a party's core skills in action firsthand and that it's quite rare. He then crushes one of the skulls in his hand, saying that with the obstacles cleared, he wants to enjoy the show. Kazan goes in for a follow-up, and they all realize now that Kettle is doing this as a test for the 3 of them. The poor skeleton looks scared and a little confused as to why they're all looming over him, because the 3 of them realize if they show weakness, they'll die. At least they think Kettle will kill them for some reason. They all start whacking the shit out of it, and we see its skull on the ground. Alessandro falls to his knees, but so do the other 2 as they seem exhausted. Kettle says there's no doubt the ones that came with Mina must have been strong after all. They get to the 3rd floor, and there are even more skeletons. The number has increased, but with Kettle leading the front, they were able to proceed without difficulty. And finally, as everybody looks extremely locked in, they have made it to the deepest part of the dungeon. Now, they stand before a skeleton and a throne, and we learn that it's called a skeleton knight. Hay says there's no way there's something like this here, and Kettle asks if it's different from the others they faced. They tell him that it's strong. Hay says that a skeleton knight is a skeleton wielding a long sword and a shield unless it's a knight-level fighter. They had no chance of winning, and this is a monster they can't handle. Kettle asks what happens if they can't clear this and decide to retreat. Hayes says in that case a confirmation will be requested from the territory, and if it's a reasonable decision it'll be processed without an issue. Kettle smiles and Hayes is confused on why he's walking forward. Kettle says that beating it is a reasonable decision as the skeleton knight begins to awaken. The skeleton knight is now standing up, and Kettle says that a skeleton that maintains its form is very interesting. It then lowers down into its stance, and Hayes realizes this, telling them to watch out as she puts up a barrier blocking its very wide-range attack. Her barrier begins to crack, and her face looks visibly strained as we see it shatter through her barrier. Alessandro then holds his shield up, blocking the attack for all of them, and it causes him to fall to the floor. Kettle seems curious, and Alessandro asks if it really had that much power in a single blow, and that this thing is way too strong for them. It starts glaring at Kettle and charging straight towards him. As it gets closer and closer to Kettle, he hits it in the chest with a single blow, absolutely deleting its torso and turning it into dust as well as it falls to the ground. Again, all three of them are just sitting there in disbelief, and Kettle wipes the dust off his hands, asking if that's really all it was. We see all three of them are a little tense. Kettle then spots a chest, calling out to Kaysen, who wonders what he wants. Kettle asks if he can unlock it, and Kaysen says that's impossible. It is a high lock on it and he doesn't have the skill to open it. Kettle says that's a shame, and Kaysen says that's a pity. They'll need to leave it before he can finish his sentence, though. Kettle's already walked up, punching the chest. We see Kettle actually shattered the chest open. I don't even know why they're getting surprised at this point. Kettle says the rewards are certainly better this way, telling Kaysen to take care of it again. Kaysen says yes, and he can't believe that he smashed a treasure chest open, as it's unheard of. But if he could just break it, why the hell did he ask him to unlock it? I wonder the same thing. We then see a bright light as they're starting to exit the dungeon. It then starts to make a rumbling sound. Kettle asks what's going on, and when they turn around, we see it close behind them. Kaysen says that if you clear a dungeon perfectly, it disappears, and it seems like there wasn't a secret room. Kettle asks if they really exist, and Kaysen says yes, though there's not many. Kettle laughs, saying that sounds fun, and Sen just wonders what kind of psycho he is. We then head back to the guard captain, who says that there's no way they cleared it this fast. He then clears his throat, asking how it was, and Kettle says it was satisfying. He says if that's so, then he will proceed with the entry procedure, telling them all to follow one by one. Hay says there weren't any major issues. The guard captain asks her if she thinks it's acceptable for a barbarian to stay in. She says that it should be fine. He can tell that she's trailing off the conversation a bit when Kettle is the subject. The entry procedure isn't just about clearing a dungeon. The true purpose is to use the process to weed out any bad elements. Kaysen says that he doesn't seem like the type to cause trouble. The guard captain says that while Kettle possesses monstrous strength, he did not bring any harm to his party, and he's very different from a typical barbarian. Kettle says Kaysen was excellent, and he disarmed traps and even opened a lock on a treasure chest. Alessandro was also a reliable warrior on the front line. The same goes for Hayes. Her prayers were a great aid in their battle. The guard captain asks if that's really the case and says this is unusual, as when they force people to party, they don't say nice things about one another, then hands them their rewards. Often the guards will take some of the dungeon clearing award, but he really doesn't feel like testing Kettle. Kettle tells them they can all divide it fairly, and they all tell him that they're fine and they don't want any. Kettle says why, as they all worked as a party together, so it must be shared fairly, and they can't refuse it. They agree, and he says they can go for a drink to celebrate, asking if they want to go to the pub. As they start heading toward the gate, Kettle is super excited while the other three aren't. The guard captain says that for a barbarian to defeat a skeleton knight in a single blow, he is hellishly strong. He's at least knight level or higher, but he was clearly not a typical barbarian. While he is a barbarian of legend, he is an alien existence. He realizes what he must do, telling the other guards that he has to go see the Lord and he's going to leave them on their watch. He heads to the Lord's estate and there's a knock on the door. The Lord says to enter, and the guard captain does so. The Lord asks what he wants. We are introduced to Luke Varkin, the Lord of this land. The guard captain says that the first captain is reporting to the Lord that a barbarian has appeared in their domain. Luke asks if he granted him permission. The first captain says that he judged that it wouldn't be a major issue. Luke asks what the problem is. Then the first captain says that he's strong. Strong enough to be a problem. Luke asks how strong. He says that he took down a skeleton knight in a single blow. Luke looks genuinely surprised as it is a monster that no one below the level of a knight can face and he defeated it in a single strike. And that barbarians are simple, ignorant beings who solve everything through the logic of strength. Asking if he's saying he's a first-rate. The captain says that's a high probability. Luke asks what the possibility of him being stronger is, and he says that he cannot deny it. That's probably what the case is. Luke says to think a warrior of that caliber, and a barbarian of that would be here is going to be an incredible headache. He tells the captain to summon him for now. The captain asks if he's sure that's wise. Luke says the very presence of such a powerful individual roaming the territory is a source of instability. It would put his mind at ease to see him with his own eyes. The captain warns him that it could be dangerous and Luke says that fear not as he is his knight here beside him. The captain looks genuinely surprised that he didn't even notice him and Luke asks what his thoughts are. His knight says that he may possess some power but he's just a barbarian. An ignorant brute with no intelligence. Before his swordsmanship taught directly by the great swordmaster. He will be nothing. Luke nods his head telling the captain to summon the barbarian as he will speak with him himself. Back at the pub, Kettle is devouring all the food he can while the other three just watch and are a little disgusted by how he eats like a pig. Kettle slams his ale on the table, saying this is delicious and he loves the atmosphere. He also likes how quiet it is and that it's his treat so they can eat as much as they like. They laugh awkwardly and Kettle asks Alessandro if he's a paladin. Alejandro says that's right and Kettle asks what kind of divine power he uses as they didn't see him use any while they were clearing the dungeon. Alejandro says that he's still in training, so his power hasn't awakened and Kettle says that's a shame as he wanted to see it. Alessandro awkwardly clears his throat and then Kettle asks Hayes about her god asking if there's a temple nearby. She says there isn't and her god is not generally a very welcome deity as again she is the god of lies and deceit and she is shunned and cast out by the masses. She then gets a little nervous but decides to do it asking Kettle just how strong he is. Kaysen and Alejandro are surprised. Kettle is very innocent and says in terms of his rank that it has not been long since he left home. So he's very curious and he wonders how strong a skeleton knight is. They say that he needs to at least be a second-rate to face one, and a first-rate warrior could defeat it like he did. He asks if that's really considered second-rate. And then the waiter comes over nervously, saying that it's time for their shop to close. And Kettle apologizes, saying that they'll get going. He asks if everyone has plans or schedule, and they all instantly say they do and they're hella busy so they can't do anything with them. Kettle says that's a pity as he supposes this is where they part ways and he hopes to see them again. Of course, not a single one of them want to see him again because they're scared. And then he finds a nice inn and lays down saying this is the first time he's laid in a bed since coming here. It's a relief he can afford a room without any issues thanks to the dungeon reward. And compared to the snowy plains, this is a paradise. Since waking up there, it took a long time for him to set foot in civilized lands. And he wonders what to do now as he wants to experience and feel more things. And he wants to have a real adventure. The sacred ground of the elves, the magic tower, the royal capital, things in every fantasy world. And he can't wait to see them. As he falls asleep, we see the sun shining brightly through his window, and he wakes up in bed. He wipes the drool off his face as there's a knock on the door. The first captain apologizes for waking him up and Kettle asks what he wants. He clears his throat, saying that the Lord wishes to see him in person. Kettle says that for the Lord of the territory to want to meet him sure is surprising, but he's down as hell. and he asks if they should just go now, and if that's the case, he'll grab his clothes real quick before they leave. The captain just wonders if this is really the right guy as he's going along with it so easily. They make their way through the city and Kettle's looking around saying that when he first entered it was nighttime, so he only got a rough look, but now seeing it in the daytime, it sure is interesting. He smiles, saying that this is all so cool and it's just like out of a game. The captain just wonders what he's doing, and not much time is left, and he wants to go the back way so they don't keep sightseeing. They finally make it there, and the captain says he brought the Barbarian. Luke tells them to enter and the door opens and Luke stretches his hand out saying he's pleased to meet him, introducing himself as the Lord of the territory to Kettle. Kettle says it's good to meet him, calling him by his title, and he tells him that he is the Barbarian Kettle, and he even does a respectful greeting. Luke is just surprised that the Barbarian is bowing his head, which is odd because barbarians never bow their heads. To them, strength is everything, but he guesses that living long enough lets you see it all. He says that it seems he has learned some manners, telling him to have a seat. Kettle does so opposite of him. Then he looks around the room and is absolutely impressed, saying that being inside of a lord's castle is sick and that he's always loved castles. Then he spots the knight guarding the lord. He says he used to play night games a lot as a kid and he never thought he'd see a real one, and it's just like he imagined. His eyes are full of curiosity. The knight glances over and feels killing intent instead of curiosity and says this is unmistakable. For him to reveal such blood-lust in the Lord's presence, he's going to have to deal with him. He calls him foolish, saying that he will not leave here alive. Luke tells him the reason he called him is simple, and there are a few things that he just wants to verify and he'll let him go. Kettle tells him to go for it, asking what he wants to know. Luke asks where he came from and Kettle says that's quite an important question to them. He comes from the coldest place in this world, from a world covered in white. They realize that he's talking about the white snowfield and are both surprised as they realize he's the barbarian of legend and that he is really standing before them. Luke says that his words are a little hard to believe and Kettle says it was a miserable place. Whether they believe it or not is their choice. Luke then says he wants to rephrase the question asking him how strong he is, as what matters is how dangerous Kettle's power is. Kettle says that's the wrong question as he does not know the level of strength in this land. Luke says he sees and glances up towards his knight who understands what he wants. Luke asks if he would like to have a spar with his knight and he'll reward him well for it. Kettle asks what would entail in the spar and Luke says it's not a fight to the death and he trusts he'll keep it within reason. Kettle laughs saying that sounds good to him. Luke is surprised by his laughter. But to Kettle, for him to spar with a knight is going to be super cool. It's not just any knight. It's a fantasy world where knights wield mystical power and aura. It's a chance for him to see and feel such a figure's techniques up close, and he's so excited for it. Luke anxiously tightens the grip on his armrest, saying that a barbarian is a barbarian in the end of the day. No matter how polite they act, they can't hide their savage love of battle. They're just terrified or they're just freaked out by his laughter. They then head out to the Colosseum and Luke is watching up above. As the knight and Kettle have their WWE stare down, Luke says that hopefully no blood is shed. The bell is rung and the knight tells him to consider it an honor to witness his swordsmanship. Kettle says that he's super excited and the knight is just angry that he's so relaxed, saying that he's going to show him just how overwhelming the difference in strength is as he charges in, enveloping himself in a green aura. He asks Kettle what he's going to do. As he starts to raise his sword, we see it projecting 3 blades out as he's thrusting straight towards Kettle's head. Kettle asks why the hell there are 3 blades. Kettle wonders if it's an illusion, but then dodges all 3, saying that it's definitely not, and that all of the swords are real, and he wonders if this is what he calls his swordsmanship. The knight says that it's just as he thought. It seems like this is the best he can do, which is dodging his attacks. He supposes that's impressive in its own right, but he's seen enough. As he comes in with his attacks once more, Kettle raises his hand slowly before flicking his finger, breaking the knight's blade. The knight asks what the hell this is. As Kettle puts his hand on his chest, he then slowly clenches his fist, wrinkling his armor entirely, and then throws him, breaking his chest plate, causing him to spit up blood. Luke is surprised as his knight's hands hit the ground. We see that he actually shattered the wall that he landed into and even destroyed the ground from sliding. Bro's ass might be raw now. Luke says for him to defeat a top-tier knight in a single strike. He wonders what the hell kind of power he is dealing with. Kettle then turns asking if this is it. Luke though is just uncertain of what to say and starts freaking out internally. He clears his throat and is saying yes. For him to do this in a single strike, he is at least superhuman, but that's just the minimum. There's no telling the true depths of his power, and he could very well disrupt the balance of the world. In that case, he should report this to one of the few in this vast world who will hold the title of Swordmaster. He says that the Swordmaster should be arriving soon, and he wonders if this will pique his interest. I forgot to mention the Lord's back in his room, by the way, and we hear the Swordmaster ask if he's talking about him. Luke turns, seeing his window open and an old man in his room. Luke sighs, saying that his hobbies are as distasteful as ever. The Swordmaster says that he's got to have a little fun somehow and asks if he's going to tell him about this matter that's supposed to interest him. This is the Swordmaster named Cain. Luke raises himself out of his chair, saying that it's an honor to have him visit on such short notice. He greets him, calling him Lord Cain. Cain stares at him as Luke is still bowing. His knight then starts to wake up in the infirmary. We see even his shirt got ripped. The door opens and Luke asks if he's feeling well. The knight says that he'll be fine in a few days and apologizes. Cain says that it is he who should be apologizing as his foolish student was defeated by some no-name barbarian. Cain then looks at his wound, realizing that there's not even a scratch, saying that there's not any damage on him. He saw that the armor was shattered to pieces, and judging by the state of the armor, he wouldn't have been surprised if his student was dead. And yet, besides some torn clothes, his body is completely unharmed. He wonders if the barbarian was showing him mercy. Realizing this, he says that he's not just some mindless barbarian. He's someone who can control his power with great precision. Cain says that so far he exceeds a knight's level so far that he can afford to show mercy. So, he must be at least superhuman. Luke and the knight are both surprised by this, and Luke clears his throat, asking if this is rude of him, but asks how he is compared to Cain. Cain says that he may be quite strong, but in the end, he is still a swordmaster. Even if he can wield superhuman strength, he won't be a match for him. Luke laughs, saying that's right. But then Cain says that it doesn't seem like he used aura, and for him to command such power without one, that's impossible through normal means. And he wonders if this is just the power of a barbarian from the White Wasteland. Luke says at first he didn't believe it, but he really must be the barbarian of legends. Cain thinks about it and the story about how there is a legendary human said to exist in the White Wasteland. Or perhaps it would be better to call him something different entirely, as he may be a monster in human form. Cain says that there's no way though, and Luke asks what he means. Cain says that if he were something else, he wouldn't have bothered showing mercy to a human, and he must be mistaken. And he wonders why someone from the White Wasteland would appear now of all times. Luke asks if there's something wrong, and Cain says it's nothing. It's a matter for another time. The Emperor honestly makes some very peculiar requests. Cain says that he doesn't need to worry about it, and Luke says he sees. Cain then asks if the barbarian is still here, and Luke tells him that he said he would be staying, so he assumes so. Cain then turns and says he's going to have to go meet him himself. Captain asks Kettle what his plan is now, and he says that he's not sure. We learn that the Lord has already given him his reward for the duel, and says that he won't interfere in what he does in this territory. Kettle says that he doesn't have anything specific planned, but it would be good if he had an official status, as he thinks entering dungeons every time he goes to a new territory would become a problem. The captain says if that's the case, one way is to have someone of high status act as his sponsor and vouch for his identity. Or the other thing, Kettle asks what the other option is, and he tells him to become a mercenary. If he builds a track record as a mercenary and earns the guild's recognition, his status can be officially acknowledged. But unless a mercenary reaches a certain status, they're basically just errand boys. I think that's the captain when he was a mercenary. He says that with his strength, the sponsor would be the easier route. But Kettle is just surprised there's a way like that. As a mercenary is someone who accepts requests to hunt monsters. It's the ultimate fantasy dream, and in that case, he'd ask where he has to go to become one. The captain tells him that there's a guild hall, and Kettle says he would appreciate it if he could show him the way. The knight captain is just curious as to why he wants to be a mercenary and says, "Sure, mercenaries are those who roam the world taking on requests. Some people see romance in their lives, but in reality, mercenaries without status belong to the very bottom of society. Even mercenaries of some scale often die trying to clear unidentified dungeons, and they're merely fodder for all kinds of dirty work. That's why the lower tier of mercenary society is filthy, disgraceful, and noisy." As inside the mercenary guild hall, we see somebody get smacked in the face as he falls to the floor. He gets back up asking the other dude if he wants to scrap, and the dude tells him to bring it on. The other people are just watching and they start making bets, and there's a woman at the receptionist just sighing as it's still happening. Her coworker calls out to her asking how the new recruits are today, and we learn that the girl's name is Rosa, and she says that it's terrible and they're all just weirdos. One some lunatic claiming to be a paladin. The others are rogue, and the nun looks all right. But because of who she serves, no one trusts her either, and she just seems defeated. Her coworker says that's disappointing. And Rosa says that there's not a single decent person coming through, and that these muscle-headed mercs keep picking fights all day, and if only a cool, handsome prince on a white horse would appear and rescue her from this desk job. The door then opens and she gets hopeful and looks up spotting Kettle, and he asks if this is the guild hall. The guy stops fighting and everybody looks over asking if a barbarian really just entered the mercenary guild. Kettle is just excited to be there. He says that he's come to become a mercenary, and Rosa asks why he wants to become one, and she's very scared. He says there are several reasons, but he heard that working as a mercenary can get his status recognized. She says that's true, but in order for a mercenary to have their status recognized, he'll need to build up a lot of accomplishments, asking if he's okay with that. He says he is, and she says that she'll register him as a mercenary for 5 copper coins, asking for his name and age. Kettle tells her his name, but says that he's not sure for his age. She says that she'll just put down something reasonable then, and then hands him his registration and his mercenary badge, and it represents his status so he can't lose it. Kettle looks down at it and then picks it up all excited like a kid at Christmas. He asks what kind of jobs are available and if he can take one on right away. She asks if he means requests, as they don't call them jobs, and that these are the ones he can currently take on. He asks if this is really all there is after looking at it, as it's just things like herb gathering, basement cleaning, sewer cleaning, street cleaning, and night patrol. She says that since he's an F-rank mercenary, these are the only ones he can do. And she hears that barbarians are proud. And she's scared that he might lash out, and that if he starts with simpler jobs and builds up his record, he'll eventually qualify for harder ones. He says that he'll take this one, and she wonders what it'll be as he points to herb gathering. She asks if he's certain, and he says that this is the job and he has no problem with it. He then asks where he has to gather them, and she says just outside the village, showing him an identification drawing of what they look like. He says that he'll head out now, and she says, "Okay." She's just a little surprised by how chill he is, and then he leaves just like that. Her coworker is freaking out, though. Kettle then heads into the woods, finding the herbs that look just like the drawing, and says that these herbs are good for wounds, but they look kinda strange. He takes off his shirt and says that he's packed some UV protection gear, and it's time for him to begin his first job as a mercenary. About 1 hour later, he returns with a whole bag full of them, asking if this is enough, and she says that's a lot. She wonders if maybe he's a criminal mastermind here to destroy the herb field. She's then noticed something, saying they're in excellent condition, and most mercs just rip them out like savages, so their value drops significantly. He says that he may not look like it, but he's confident in his delicate touch. She says she understands and thanks him for his hard work, giving him the reward for his request, which is 1 silver coin. It's enough to barely afford the cheapest meal. But still, it's the first money he's earned through honest work, and he's super excited about it. Turns out that he asked immediately for another request, and she can't believe how he's acting, even though he's a barbarian. Kettle says the sun is still high, so he'd like to get as much work done as he can. And she wonders why he looks so happy. And she says that she thinks this new guy's a weirdo, too. Kettle says that he'll go with this one next as he's part 2 talking about the warehouse cleaning, but we see that he's actually marked off multiple other requests, and Rosa says that after herb gathering, this is the 3rd cleaning task. She wonders if maybe he likes cleaning and tells him that he should go ahead and accept it. Kettle then makes his way to the warehouse, entering it, and a woman looks over and he says that he's here to clean. She starts freaking out and he asks if she's the owner. She says that she is, but wonders why a barbarian is here. Kettle says cleaning the warehouse was simple. There was no issue with having to move the contents of the warehouse, and the next task was street cleaning, and that he just picked up a broom and started sweeping. At first, controlling his strength was tricky, but he did it with a lot of effort. We see somebody spying on him, and it's none other than Kane in a crazy getup asking what the hell he's doing. He's clearly at least superhuman, someone powerful enough to shake an entire kingdom if he felt like it. In other words, just by revealing his power, he could be treated with honor anywhere. Yet, here he is, a barbarian who could solve anything by force, doing menial chores. It's not like he's doing them half-heartedly. He's doing them seriously with full effort. And Kane can't help but wonder why the hell Kettle's like this. Kettle is just enjoying his work. The next morning, the birds are chirping and he starts to wake up. He steps out of bed and looks over, noticing a pouch on his table stand, and it turns out that it was from his work yesterday. Rosa said that he did great on his first day as a mercenary, giving him his reward for all quest. He did 15 in total, and each one gives him 1 silver coin. So he had a total of 15 silver coins now. He tells her that he's very grateful and he'll be back tomorrow. He says it's time to begin his 2nd day in civilization. It jumps to a little girl crying her eyes out and all of the citizens looking worried as Kettle walking down the street. He comes to a stop and looks over, spotting a library. And when he enters, the woman welcomes him and he asks if he could read some of the books. Of course, she's scared of him. Inside the library, he picks out some of the books and begins reading through them one after the other. The librarian is just speechless. Kane as well can't believe a barbarian is reading a book. He's not visible, but he can sense him, no doubt. A barbarian known to be brutish and ignorant is reading. He wonders if they all have some sort of culture in this snowfield that the other barbarians don't have, or if maybe Kettle is just special. Kettle closes the book and says that the Empire won in the end. A few years ago, Mylina came to the snowfield saying she was going to sell weapons to the kingdom or the Empire. So, the Empire won that war. It seems the current empire is extremely powerful, and the Varen kingdom is practically a vassal state. The empire has already devoured half the human world and continues its aggressive expansion as if trying to swallow the whole world. Kettle thinks about them doing world conquests, saying that's enough about human affairs, and he wants to look into something more interesting and wants to see what's written about the non-human races. He says that there must be fantastical things written inside this book about all of the fantasy beings. He learned that the world's greatest cave overflowing with rare ores like garbage is the dwarven cave called Mentamia. There's the fairy village, Purapia, and the sky city of celestials, Legomeria, and the unreachable sacred ground, the sanctuary of all elves, which we know of because of the name Marcellia, and that even powerful rulers have tried every means they have to uncover the location of Eflod. He says that he guesses he's acquired the incredible qualification to even go there. He then realizes something, as there are other places like the White Snowfield, the Demon Zones, places that reject human presence and are filled with twisted alien things. There aren't a few demon zones, but this world holds 5 exceptionally vast ones. The Silent Forest, which dies all things in stillness. The Abyss, which drags the world into evil. The Deep Sea, where primates breathe and live. The Hollowing Pit, where nothing exists. And the White Snowfield. Inside these demon zones dwell terrifying monsters called aberrations. However, these demons cannot cross into the human realm. Kettle wonders how big this world is, as the White Snowfield alone is enormous and there are multiple places just like it. He says that's all the information available here. He tells the librarian that he's very thankful she let him read the books. She says of course, and Kettle heads out back to the mercenary guild. He asks Rosa what kind of requests there are today. She's a little startled by him and gives him today's request forms, and of course he's just excited. Kane says that he's so weird and that he's gonna have to go confront him directly. That night, as Kettle was walking back home, he says that he handled another dozen or so requests today, and even the small ones add up. So, it's pretty rewarding. At this pace, the day he's acknowledged as a true mercenary will come soon enough. We see Kane waiting around a corner, and when Kettle gets close enough, he steps out. Kettle wonders what's up. As Kane is glaring at him, Kettle says he knows he's been tailing him all day. Kane's surprised that he could tell, and Kettle asks him what he wants. Kane says that he definitely suppressed his presence completely, and no matter how sharp someone's senses are, detecting his presence should be impossible. Kettle wonders if maybe he's a bandit and starts to cover his gold. Kane cannot believe that this is what he's thinking. Kettle says that since he's not answering, so he thinks his guest must be right. Even though security here seems decent, there are still bandits around. Kane says no and doesn't even know if he'd believe him if he said he was a source master. Kettle then hits him with a stray, saying that robbing at such an old age is pathetic and that the economy must be worse than he thought. He thinks about it, saying that taking him down and turning him in would make for a good record as a mercenary as well. Kane is confused, but says that this might be a good opportunity since he thinks he's a bandit. Taking him directly might be the best way to gauge his strength and identity. Kettle starts to walk forward, and Kane looks a little anxious. As Kettle begins wobbling a little bit, he disappears directly in front of Kane. Kane wonders where he went, and then Kettle reappears directly in front of him. Kettle stretches toward him, and Kane says that if he stands still, he's going to grab the back of his neck as Kane avoids. Kettle is curious and says that's not bad at all. As Kane has distanced himself now, Kane says there's no way that he almost got him. If his reflexes were even slightly slower, he'd have been caught. But more shocking than that, he couldn't sense a single trace of aura from him. Kettle says that's interesting, and Kane can't believe he moved that fast with nothing but a pure human body. He says that he needs to forget the test as this is real, and he charges in saying that he's going to go all out. Kettle readies himself before disappearing once more and grabs onto Kane's arm. Kane says that he expanded his perception and still he couldn't react. Kettle starts bending his wrist, and Kane says this isn't just being grabbed. It's like having his arm jammed into solid rock with his whole body dragged along. Kane starts screaming out, asking what the hell's with his strength, and he says that it's not even a competition in terms of power, and in that case he's going to have to go full force and release his power. As his aura begins surging, Kettle notices it. As he feels it flowing out of Kane, Kettle can't help but be surprised by it. Then an explosion of the green aura erupts, and Kane distances himself from Kettle as Kettle's holding on to the aura in his hand. Kane looks at him ready for the next attack, and Kettle says that bandits these days sure of all kinds of techniques. Kane can't believe that he still thinks he's a bandit. Kane says that manifestation of mana, a level only the most elite can reach, and that he has cloaked his entire body in it. So why would someone like him resort to being a bandit? And he can't believe that Kettle truly believes this. Kane thinks about it for a second, saying that he reflexively manifested his mana, and that manifested mana can shred through solid steel with ease, and human body should have just been obliterated from contact. Yet, Kettle is unscathed, and he wonders what's with his body since he can endure manifested mana without having to use his own. Kettle says he doesn't know what trick he is using, but he thinks it's time to wrap this up. Kane reaches for his blade, but then is surprised by something as Kettle has already closed the gap and is stopping him from unshathing it with just a single finger. Kane continues to try but realizes it's not going anywhere and can't believe what he's witnessing. He then starts grunting and tries his best to unshath it as we see the hilt of his sword being bent. He then realizes this is bad as Kettle stretches his hand out towards him. Kane sheds a single tear, saying that this is the end. Kettle continues, and a bit later, he says that sure was interesting as he's carrying Kane on his shoulder. He says he can't believe that a bandit in a fantasy world had such techniques. Later the guard captain asks what the meaning of this is as Kettle stretches his hand out holding Kane up in the air like he's some kind of dog he caught in his yard. The captain just wonders why the hell Kane is here of all places and wonders if maybe Kettle attacked him, wondering what's going to happen now. but Kettle tells him he caught a bandit. The guard captain can't believe that's what happened here, and Kettle says that if he hands him over, then it should count towards his mercenary record, asking if he's right. The guard captain has no idea what the hell to make of this. He starts thinking about what this scene is. Kane is a man who has reached the highest level of superhuman skill, and that he was caught by a barbarian in a very humiliating position, no less. The guard captain tells him that he's actually not a bandit, and Kettle asks if he knows him and if he's an accomplice of his. The guard captain puts his legs together and formally bows, saying that he pays his respects to the swordmaster and the only swordmaster in their kingdom. Kettle looks down confused as Kane just refuses to look up. Kettle wonders why a swordmaster is going around posing as a bandit and says that's impossible as he attacked him to steal his silver coins. The guard captain says that he really is a swordmaster and he'd never mistake the face. Kettle wonders if he could be a mage using illusion magic. The guard captain says that if there's a mage powerful enough to do that, he'd already be as respected as a swordmaster. Kettle asks if maybe swordmaster is a fancy name for bandits. The guard captain asks what the hell he's even talking about. There's awkward silence and Kettle asks if he's really the swordmaster, and the guard captain says that's right. Kettle is starting to have an existential crisis, and the guard captain says he's going to report this to the Lord. Luke slams his table, yelling, asking if Sir Kane really lost. It then jumps to Kettle apologizing, saying that he should have let him explain. Kane says that he's to blame for not saying anything, and they have awkward silence right after. Luke wonders what's going on as he expected Kane to seek out the barbarian for a duel, but he did not expect that he would lose. He doesn't know the details, but he's certain that it was indeed a loss, meaning that the barbarian is stronger than the swordmaster. Of course, there are levels even among superhumans, and Kane only recently became one, so he's likely on the lower end. Still, a swordmaster is one who has earned the noble title of Master of the Sword. Kettle beat him, meaning that he is completely unmanageable. Luke says that his head hurts, and it seems that there is a misunderstanding and he's going to excuse himself, and that the two of them should probably talk things through. He then heads out, leaving the two of them sitting there. Kettle stares at him as Kane sweats nervously, saying that this is humiliating, and yet he can't even argue as it was a perfect defeat. His pride isn't just hurt, it's tattered like a used rag. He puts his teacup down, saying that he would like to properly introduce himself, and he does so to Kettle. Kettle asks if Swordmaster is his surname, and Kane tells him that once someone reaches the state that he is in, surnames become meaningless. Kettle says he sees asking what that technique he showed him was. Kane is surprised that he is curious and starts to pull out his aura, asking if he means this. Kettle starts to get excited, saying at first he thought it was just a bandit's trick and didn't pay much mind. But now that he knows it's a swordmaster skill, he's very interested. Kane tells him that it's the embodiment of the arcane, also called aura. Kettle is excited that he's finally getting to see aura from someone so prestigious in this fantasy world, and he starts to ask him if he can teach him how to use it. Kane says that he has to manifest it by controlling the arcane. Kettle asks if the arcane is like mana. Kane tells him that the arcane is the mystical energy itself. When you use it as aura, you're a swordsman. When you use it as mana, you're a mage. Kettle says that it's interesting that both types of people use it, asking if he'd be willing to teach him. That embarrassingly, he still is lacking knowledge and he's trying to learn to make up for it. He asks him to teach him, and he even says please. Kane says okay, but asks if he really needs his guidance because he's stronger than he is. Kettle says he doesn't know anything about arcane or swordsmanship and he just swings blindly. Kane asks if he's certain, but copes, saying that he's a swordmaster and he may have lost. But he didn't even draw a sword, and that he'll teach the barbarian the way of the sword and show him his greatness so he can reclaim his shattered pride. He says very well, and that without his sword, he is but half a man. Anyways, Kettle says he figured as much, and no wonder he was so weak. It's because he didn't get to draw it. Kane, feeling a little defeated, says that's exactly it. Kettle says that to be called a swordmaster at just that level of strength, he thought something was off, and that if he actually used a sword, he might have one. Kane, though, is not too certain about that. While Kettle is excited for their lesson, Cain just wonders if his self-esteem is going to recover as he feels like he's just going to grow more and more insecure. Kettle says that before he arrived here, he actually learned swordsmanship. But this is real fantasy swordsmanship. A strange kind of swordsmanship that manipulates the arcane aura. And it's truly what he wants to learn. Cain tells him that the key trait of his swordsmanship is the embodiment of illusion of reality, asking if he saw that when he fought his disciple. Kettle says he didn't think that knight was his disciple, but now that he mentions it, his sword split into 3 and all of them were real. And if that's what he means by embodiment, wondering it's a technique based more on skill than strength. Cain says that's correct. Swordsmanship is the art of merging sword and aura to wield the arcane. And the one who reaches the end of that path becomes a swordmaster. Cain starts to imbue his sword with aura. And Kettle says that's so cool and looks really excited. Cain says it is. And while he still can't believe it's happening, he decides that if he's going to teach him barbarian swordsmanship, he needs to go all out. He says that the embodiment of illusion of reality sounds a bit abstract, so he'll just show him directly. Cain locks in and swings forward with his sword covered in aura and shatters the ground with its attack. But then it splits out into 5 separate attacks. Kettle's surprised seeing that his strike actually split into 5 and it even reached the other side of the room. Cain says there are many techniques that create illusions using aura, but giving those illusions substance, only his swordsmanship can do that. Kettle mentions the technique and Cain asks if he was impressed with it. Kettle says he feels like he could do it too, and Cain is just confused, asking what kind of nonsense he's talking about. He devoted his entire life to the sword, combined his natural talent with grueling effort, and he barely reached the swordsmanship through all that. There's no way someone could copy it just from seeing it once. Kettle says it'll be faster just to show him, as he grabs onto something which we see is actually an axe. Kettle widens his stance and raises the axe behind him. Kettle then starts attacking and we see it's actually multiple attacks. Cain is surprised but says that that shit is not what he showed and that this is nothing but pure brute strength. But he does copy the attack's path 1-to-1, but it's much more powerful as it causes a giant explosion. Cain is surprised and we see the axe starting to smoke and Kettle asks him how it was. Cain says that it looks just like what he showed, though it was due to overwhelming speed and strength, and he even almost got tricked for a second. He says that what he did was simply swing with force, and there was no technique behind it. Kettle reminds him that the result was nearly the same, and swordsmanship is meant for real combat. As long as the results are similar, that's good enough. Cain thinks about it and says that he can't really argue, but that shit hurts his pride. He says in that case he wants to see him try this, as this time instead of his sword his body starts separating into multiple. This time it shoots out a giant aura attack that creates an explosion. What did the training ground do to deserve this? Cain says that this is bodily separation achieved through extreme mastery of aura, and he asks Kettle if he can copy this. Kettle turns and starts walking to the side for some distance. And then he raises his axe and starts doing his best to copy it as we see shadowy figures start to appear from him. Cain is surprised as they're now floating around him just like his was, and it creates a giant tornado of purple aura that even destroys the entire area. Cain falls to his knees crying, saying that that was a lifetime's work and he can't believe his swordsmanship is so worthless. He says this can't be, and bro starts to suffer from a heart attack. Kettle says that his mental is like toilet paper and if he wiped with him, he'd poke his ass. He tells him that his swordsmanship is remarkable. Cain looks up and Kettle says that he merely swung his axe quickly and it was not true swordsmanship. The technique he showed wasn't a mirror after image. It was real and he can't reach true arcane mastery. Cain holds back his tears, saying that's right. His swordsmanship is still valuable and this is something only he can do in this world. The problem is not his technique. It's just that Kettle is a damn lunatic and he wonders what kind of crazy person can be so fast they become a blur without even using aura. That's not something that a human should be capable of. Kettle asks if he could teach him the true meaning of technique and Cain freezes up, saying that he actually let his emotions get the better of him and he's sorry. He tells him he understands and Cain clears his throat, saying to use true technique, you must first learn aura control. But to control aura, you must first comprehend the arcane. No mage, swordsman, or which can reach the higher realm without awakening the arcane. The only ones exempt are those who believe in gods. Kettle asks if divine power is a separate thing then. And Cain says that their miracles come directly from their gods and it's unrelated to individual ability. Kettle's interested in this, and Cain says that the arcane means exactly that. It's the mysterious power within oneself, and how you wield that power determines everything. Kettle says that for him to use aura, gain mana, or control spirits, it all starts with him understanding arcane. And we learn that the arcane has 5 stages. The most basic of this is arcane perception. It's the stage of knowing, awakening, sensing the arcane. Kettle asks if not anyone can sense it, and Cain tells him that unless one has talent, they can't even feel it. Those who can sense it are called third class. The ability to handle arcane is divided into 5 grades. Third class at the first level. Kettle recalls him hearing something similar 5 years ago from Mylina saying that this must have been what she was talking about. Cain says that it's just a convenient classification and there are huge differences even within a class and the boundaries aren't clear. He just wants him to know the concept exists. Kettle says he understands and Cain says they should begin, saying that the first step of the arcane is arcane perception. Cain tells Kettle to feel everything around him. To sense the arcane means awakening a perception he's never known, and he needs to expand his senses to the fullest. He needs to feel the wind brushing past him, feel the touch of the earth, and perceive everything in the wind as it sways, and within it feel a separate presence. Kettle sits there focusing on trying to feel it, but then snaps out of his concentration, saying that he can't feel shit. Cain is just surprised to the point he doesn't really know what to say at first and asks if he's certain, as he thought someone of his strength would easily do it, as it's not a rule. But those who are strong, even without mana, tend to sense it easily. But he supposes a barbarian is an exception to the rule and says that it might be a peculiarity of the White Wasteland. Kettle says he doesn't know and is no one around who has ever sensed anything like the arcane, as they don't even have brains. Cain tells him that sensing the arcane isn't easy even for most, and he wants to try channeling energy into him directly to open his path. Kettle gets excited, asking if he's going to transfer aura. Cain says something like that and Kettle tells him he's really ready. Cain says all right and then gets up, telling him to relax completely and focus inward and center his senses in his body and then focus on feeling the mana he is channeling into him. Cain's then surprised, saying that his body is crazy, wondering if he's even a human. It feels like solid stone, and if you really compress his muscles to this point, saying there's no way this is human. Kettle asks if he's okay and Cain says that his mind wandered, telling him that he's ready to begin. He'll start with the aura flow. What's important is awakening the arcane path within him, and finding that path is the goal. That's not that hard on its own. But then he thinks about it, wondering what's going on, as he can't find the arcane path inside of his body. Rather, he can't reach it. Kettle is just sitting there blissfully ignorant, thinking it's working. Cain says no matter how far he extends his aura, it touches nothing and sees nothing. It's like swimming in a deep abyss. Rather, it's like being crushed by the pressure of the deep, and tells him that it won't work. He clears his throat and Kettle just wonders what's wrong and if he's saying that he lacks the talent. Cain says that it's not, that it's just channeling aura into him is not enough. To find the arcane, he must find the path within and awaken the dormant force. Kettle says he heard him mention that before, and Cain tells him that he just couldn't find the path to his arcane. Kettle wonders what's up, asking if it means he can't sense the arcane at all. Can't sense, that's not it. He couldn't even confirm if it's there. Kettle asks what it means then, and Cain tells him that his body is unnatural to find the arcane. Aura must reach deep inside, but his body is too dense. His aura couldn't even reach far enough inside, and he's never seen this before, saying maybe his raw physicality is interfering with aura. Kettle says that even a swordmaster can't help him, and he sighs, asking if he'll never gain the arcane. Cain tells him it's hard to say, and he couldn't confirm either way. He couldn't even tell if the path exists within him, and he should consult a swordmaster more skilled with aura or go to the mage's tower. And either way, he's sorry. Kettle says it's fine, as there's still a chance, and that's enough for him now. He then sits up, saying that he's learned a lot from him and he appreciates it. Kane is still just surprised, saying that every barbarian he's met was uncontrollable. They looted, perma-drank, and lived for violence, so society cast them out, but this one is different, and he asks if he would consider joining the kingdom. Kettle asks what he means, and Kane tells him that he wants him to pledge loyalty to the kingdom and receive a rank. With his strength, he could raise high, and he'd even sponsor him. Kettle tells him the offer is interesting, but he refuses as he does not want to be tied down. Kane realizes, though, if they had him, they would even shake off the Empire's control. Kane asks if even being a noble rank would tempt him, as that's a huge offer. Kettle thinks about it and says that he would rather just enjoy his own freedom. Kane realizes he can't be controlled and tells him that he understands. Kettle then thanks him, saying that he will not forget his kindness. Kane thinks that it sure is a shame, and later we see him walking away and he talks to himself, saying that he was being ridiculous. He thought he could control him even for a moment, but that is impossible as he acts by his own will alone. He may work with others, but that's all inside. It's only his thoughts. Not knowing what he's thinking might make him even more difficult than other barbarians. A being from the demon realm and a barbarian of the White Wasteland sure is crazy. He sighs, saying that conquering the demon realm is a crazy goal. Wondering what the Emperor is thinking. It jumps to Luke being informed about this, saying that it sounds ridiculous. Kane says that people are dying in the name of reconnaissance, and Luke asks if he's serious. Kane says yes, and maybe he's some kind of reborn emperor from the past. Either way, it's a matter for the future. They haven't even conquered all of humanity's domain yet. Luke says that it's only a matter of time, and Kane says that the land is still part of the Empire, so they could be summoned anytime, and it's best to be prepared. Luke thanks him, and Kane sighs, saying that the world's already a mess, and now the Emperor's gone mad, and it sure is a headache. Luke's then surprised, asking if the rumors are true. Kane says they are, and the demons have started to move. Luke looks worried, and Kane says that dungeon outbreaks aren't normal either, and it's not confirmed, but some say the taint of the demon realm is leaking out and that something's happening, and whatever it is bad for humans. But then again, maybe the strangest thing is already among them. Luke says that it's true, and Kane asks what he thinks. Luke says that he doesn't know. At the very least, he does understand that he's not an enemy, but beyond that, he cannot say. And of course, they're talking about Kettle. Back in town, Kettle's walking somewhere and spots something as there's a little kid scared with his mother. Another villager also hides from him, and Kettle thinks about it, asking if they're scared of him because of his clothes. He says maybe it's because he's not wearing proper clothes. And he says that a beast hide vest is fine and all, but he guesses it doesn't exactly scream civilized. They probably think he's insane and want nothing to do with him. Of course, he's just misunderstanding, and he realizes what he must do, saying that it's time to go buy some actual clothes. He heads to a clothing store, and when he enters, the guy goes to welcome him before getting terrified. Kettle says he wants to buy some clothes. The guy apologizes, saying they have nothing in his size. Kettle says that's troublesome, asking if there's no other way. He says if he's willing to wait, they can make a custom order for him. Kettle asks if that's really an option, saying that he would love that. The worker says, of course, and they'll contact him when it's ready, but is scared to think about what will happen if Kettle doesn't like the clothes, and if he'll really survive in the end of this. Later, on the way to the mercenary guild, he spots a little bead on the ground and goes to pick it up, wondering what a gemstone like this is doing on the floor. It starts shining brightly, and he wonders what it is and decides that he'll go ask Rosa about it. He then asks her if she knows what this is, saying that he picked it up on the way here. She says it does not look like an ordinary orb to her, and Kettle says he thought the same, and she says that it does not look like a gemstone either. The surface is smooth, and it seems like it has been carved or worked on by someone. There's no markings or names, and we see her eyes starting to go a little hazy, and she wonders if it holds any value. Kettle snaps his fingers, causing her to come back to her senses, and she sits there blankly. He asks if she's all right, and she asks what he means. He says that it looks like she was entranced by the orb, and she asks if he's certain. He tells her to forget about it, and she says that it's hard to figure out, but it feels like there's some strange energy coming from it, and wonders if he wants it appraised. He says that he appreciates it, but he'll do it himself as it's part of the fun. Then he asks what jobs are available and she says that she'll get the request form. She hands it to him and we see it's street cleaning, sewer cleaning, weed pulling, and potato digging. He looks really excited. That night we see his reward baggie on his nightstand and he says that it was another fulfilling day. But he really wonders what's the deal with this orb, as Rosa looked like she was losing her mind over it, and he wonders what kind of function it has. He then realizes something as he hears a voice saying to come to him. He wonders if it really just spoke to him. And inside of his mind, it just keeps saying to follow, and Kettle wonders where it's trying to lead him. He says that it's showing him a map in his head, saying it might be some kind of domination magic. It continues and he thinks about it. Looking out the window, he says that there probably wouldn't be any harm to doing it. Continues and Kettle says he is telling it to shut up. He then stops walking as he looks up, spotting a cave, wondering if this is the right place. He smiles as we see a skeleton's eyes. Continues and Kettle says he's here, wondering where the body behind the voice is. The skeleton says that yet another sacrifice has walked in, this time with some dumb barbarian, and it's big enough to make a good offering. At least with this, that makes 10 now. And this must be a dream. And even resurrection might be possible. Poor guy is in for a world of hurt. We learned that in the past, during the Age of Great War, when many kingdoms fell, behind it all was an evil mage who manipulated and disturbed people's emotions. He controlled the minds of countless kings, incited war, and ruled over the kingdoms. But eventually, his atrocities crossed the line and caught up with him, and he was hunted down by heroes. However, just before his downfall, he had already transferred his soul into a life vessel, allowing him to become a lich. A lich is a being that, if it uses a soul into a life vessel, is undying until that vessel is destroyed. Thus, the once world-dominating evil mage became a lich and began planning his resurrection. Since he needed many lives to be sacrificed for his revival, he settled near a remote thief and began spreading bewitching orbs, slowly luring in sacrifices. He offers sacrifices to form the monocore needed for revival and once again plans to conquer the world using great power. His goal was steadily drawing closer to success. It turns out that he picked Kettle's territory because it's a remote one, and he needed to grow his power in secret. So he chose a secluded place far from the public, and that's why the presence of a barbarian here is very unusual. He says the creature from the North Shore came a long way, and judging by his size, he'll make a fine offering. The orb was enchanted with a special effect. It only lures in those who have not awakened to the arcane. Therefore, those drawn in by the orb are people ignorant of the arcane. That would mean the barbarian is just another ordinary soul with no sense of arcane. So, for him to seem unaffected, it must be a fluke. He continuously watches, saying that he's going to be fuel for his resurrection. Kettle finally arrives at some doors, saying this must be the place. He walks forward and then is surprised as what he meets is the lich before him, who's ready to offer him up. Kettle asks if it's really a lich. It's the realm only reached by mages who have reached the extreme, the ultimate fantasy villain always present in these kinds of stories, and he can't believe he's seeing one in person. The lich asks what the barbarian is doing and if he wasn't lured by the orb. Kettle says that must be how he's been luring people here and laughs. The lich says that he doesn't sense arcane from him and he's meant to just be a normal barbarian. So for him to be unaffected now, he thinks it's just a metal protection artifact and a high-grade one no less powerful enough to block his senses. He doesn't know how a barbarian could possibly have such a thing, but it looks like he got lucky and stumbled upon a good artifact before coming here. Kettle says he doesn't have anything like that, and the lich says that he can't lie to him. If he had quietly fallen under the spell, he could have died painlessly, but now he's going to have to crush him by force. As he summons some skeletons to deal with him, as they start charging in, Kettle says that a dungeon with an evil lich inside sure is a fun encounter, and he's starting to understand what's going on. The skeleton leaps towards him, and Kettle smacks the piss out of its head, deleting it. The lich is surprised as he sees it turn into dust, and Kettle says that it's pretty flimsy, a lot worse than he expected. The lich grows a little nervous, saying that he'll see if his tongue still works when his arms and legs are gone, and he just needs him alive, even if it's barely. He summons even more skeletons, saying to cut him down. He's just gonna have to get rid of the lich. He clenches his fist, then smacks one of their heads off and follows up, hitting another one with the left, and then another with a high kick and slams the final one into the ground. The lich is utterly speechless, and Kettle says it's just as he thought. Kazan was right. If he destroys the head, they die. And being a lich, he figured he'd at least summon a death knight or summon dead. And he can't believe it's just skeletons. The lich can't believe he's catching strays like this and says that he's done playing nice. His staff begins to glow brightly, and we see him summoning a skeleton knight. And Kettle recognizes it, saying that for him to see one here again is pretty interesting. But he says that since it's created by a lich, it might be different and that it's going to be interesting. The lich stretches his hand out, telling his minion to kill him as it runs towards Kettle. Kettle clenches his fist, saying that a skeleton knight crafted by a lich surely must be different. As the skeleton knight prepares an attack, Kettle hits it in the stomach, sending it flying across the cave, and its armor explodes upon its crash. From the dust, we see the skeleton coming back. Rather, it's slowly crawling towards him. Kettle, surprised, says that it's actually tougher than the rest. The lich then begins to open the skeleton knight's mana to its limit as it's now surging straight towards him. Kettle watches, wondering what the skeleton knight is doing. As it flies in towards Kettle, he says that he's honestly a little disappointed by a skeleton knight created by a lich. He clenches his fist before hitting it in the head, sending it flying backwards once more, creating yet another explosion. Kettle waits for a second to see if it comes back, and the lich is just surprised. Of course, the knight didn't come back up this time, and Kettle steps on its hand, saying it's unusual, but not all that different in the end, asking if this is all he has to offer. The lich asks who he is. He still can't sense any arcane from Kettle. And if he were using an artifact, he'd sense some mana, but there's none of that either, and that this must purely be his own strength. He took down a skeleton knight with nothing but raw strength, and he doesn't even know if something like that is possible. And he tells Kettle he's special. Kettle wonders what he's doing now, and the lich says that he shall deal with him himself and that he should consider it an honor. As it all starts to go black around Kettle, he's super excited and looks back towards the lich, as all we see is his eyes glowing. He asks if he's afraid, telling him this is good and he's going to pay the price for trespassing upon his sanctuary. Kettle says he only came because the orb summoned him, and he thought he was the one who did it. The lich says that's right. In fact, everyone who ended up here had been lured in by the orbs he scattered, and Kettle was no exception. He tells him to be quiet, as he is the great and mighty sorcerer, the one who brought down 5 kingdoms and clashed with heroes. And he tells him his name is Cardos Bernalius Kessis. Kettle asks why the hell everybody's titles and names are so long in this world. Cardos' staff starts to have this weird effect around it, and he tells him to become the cornerstone of his resurrection. As it flies in towards Kettle, we see it stop right before him and swirl. As he's staring at it, wondering what it's going to do, we see that his eyes are looking affected. It is a magic that controls humans' emotions. It draws out negative feelings and traps its victims in them, rendering them paralyzed and mentally broken. It's a unique spell developed by Cardos. It's nearly invincible considering how little mana it consumes. He says a mere barbarian who can't even wield an arcane will stand no chance against his great magic, and he wonders what to do next. He says there's something off about Kettle, and it does not look like he's wearing any artifacts, so he'll just catch him and study him. He tells his skeleton soldiers to capture him and take him away as they start to spawn in once more. Kettle walks forward, as do the skeleton knights, but we see Kettle's eyes are back to normal again. He kicks the skeleton upwards, blowing its head off once more into dust, and looks back towards Cardos, who just wonders what the hell is going on. Yet again, there's another giant explosion. Cardos says that he was sure the mind control spell worked perfectly. Kettle asks if he was really just standing there watching and if he was trying to catch him with skeletons again. He says that he's honestly pretty bored of this. Cardos can't believe that's another stray, saying that humans are creatures ruled by emotions. No matter how powerful, deep within their hearts, they all carry some form of negativity. However, he doesn't know why that doesn't work on Kettle, as Kettle asks if he can use a fireball or magic missile. Cardo says he does not know how he's still standing, but he does not like that he's comparing his magic to low-tier spells. He says that he'll show him as he starts to actually chant something for a summon. We see it starting to form inside of an orb, and he says that it's going to swallow the world and drown all clarity and chaos. Kettle, of course, is really impressed as from the middle of it, something begins to appear. As Cardo stretches his hand out, it flies towards Kettle and we see it completely engulf him. Cardos is cackling, saying that victory is his, and he spits up some ink or something and falls to his knees, saying that he overdid it. He spent all of his mana except the bare minimum to keep his body together. But with this, at least the barbarians dealt with. Kettle tells him that was impressive, and Cardos can't believe he's still standing. And Kettle asks if that's all he had. Cardo says he can't believe this didn't work. He used the strongest dark spell in his entire arsenal. Even if it were a great hero, their mind would have shattered completely. And he wonders what Kettle really is. Kettle says it was impressive, but he didn't really feel anything from it, and if that was the end of his show. Then he supposes it's his turn to deal with this now. As he puts his axe up to his shoulder, Cardo says that he sees and starts laughing. Kettle asks what's up, and Cardos says that he came here knowing who he is, and this confirms it. Kettle asks what the hell he's talking about, and Cardos laughs, saying that the Empire is so afraid of him that they sent him and he must complement their intelligence network. To track him down this quickly is impressive, but he will rise again and he will shatter their blades and rule the world once more. Cardo says he once heard that deep within the Empire lies a human breeding ground, a place where countless unique talents are raised, and that Kettle must have come from there. They blade forged solely to kill him, an assassin sent by the Empire, and he starts howling, saying even so that he will kill him and overturn the Empire. Kettle wonders what the hell this dude's deal is as Cardo starts to summon some kind of spiritual vase. Turns out that it's just his soul. It flies towards Kettle, and Cardo says to give him his body. When he hits Kettle, Kettle's hesitant for a second. And we learn that Cardo's plan is to enter his body and directly devour his mind. And then once he does this, unless he becomes a lich again, he'll have to live in Kettle's body forever. And he says that he has no options left. Cardo starts laughing, saying that this body is his. But inside of Kettle's mental realm, Cardos is confused, wondering what's going on. To say that he's never seen anything like this and something is wrong. Just perceiving this world is corrupting and collapsing his mind. He says there's no way the Empire did this, and he starts having a mental breakdown, saying that even the Empire couldn't create something like this. As his entire mind begins to break and collapse, his final words were nothing but huh. Kettle asks what the hell that was about, as he just did something to himself and collapsed. The black swirling current was kind of cool, but that was it. He thought a lich was supposed to be a mag's final evolution and was really curious to see what magic he'd use. He's honestly so disappointed. He says that liches in this world must not be impressive. Either way, he cleared the dungeon, so we should claim his reward. He picks up his staff, saying it glowed when he used magic, but he wonders if it helps cast spells and if he could use magic, too. He then picks up a mana crystal or something and says that he'll keep this to himself and puts it in his pocket. He then looks at the vase and says that since it belonged to a lich, it could be a life vessel and that he'll ask Rosa to appraise it. He says he's probably gathered all the rewards, but something seems suspicious around here. He then spots it and walks over to the wall and asks if this could be a hidden room. He pokes at it and then starts to open, but rather it just falls apart, but yes, he's correct. He then enters and we see multiple people lined up against the wall. This was his hidden sacrificial chamber. Kettle says that he's surprised there was a hidden room, but he wonders what all these people are doing here. He waves, asking if there's anybody there, even getting right into their faces. And of course, there's no reply. He wonders what exactly he should do and says that he should head back to the estate for now. Once he explains the situation, they'll probably send over people to take care of this. He enters the guild hall and walks over towards Rosa. She's excited to see him, saying that he's a bit early today. He says he had some things to deal with and she asks what they were. He says yesterday he showed her the orb and tells her the story. She says that he must be joking and he says that he's not. She says that a lich is one of the only 5 in the world, and there's no way it'd be in a backwater place like this. He then pulls out the vase, saying that he brought back a jar that looks like the leech's life vessel, asking if she can appraise it. She sits there for a second wondering if she's being pranked and then freaks out saying that he wasn't joking. She's still trying to process what's going on and Kettle tells her that there were a few people inside as well. He thought about bringing them out but their minds were gone. So, he left them and it would be best if the guild sent someone to check. She says, "Come to think of it, there have been several disappearance cases in the territory, but no news of any of them ever being found. And if those were the work of a lich, it would make sense." She tells him to wait a moment as she'll call for someone immediately. The guard captain runs in asking if there's really a lich and Kettle says it's good to see him here, but tells him that it's all been taken care of, so there's nothing to worry about. The guard captain asks what he means and then starts screaming Kardos's name. Kettle says that's what he said it was, asking if he knows him. The guard captain says, "Of course he does. Kardos was a sorcerer who flipped the world upside down over a century ago. He's the creator of magic that manipulates emotions, causing endless chaos. He drove kings mad and brought ruin to 5 kingdoms. And he can't believe he was here as a lich." He then asks if this is really true. Kettle says it was, but he wasn't impressive. He just kept doing weird things on his own and ended up self-destructing. The guard captain asks what he's even saying, and that's absurd. There was no way a mage like Kardos would self-destruct, and he wants a better explanation. Kettle says that even if he wants that, he can't tell him much more, as that's what happened. The guard captain, confused, tells him to wait for a moment as he's going to go inform the Lord. Luke's freaking out that there was a lich right next door, asking if he's sure and if it could have been a different kind of monster. The guard captain says based on the testimonies of the people who were rescued, it's not likely and they also have physical proof. Luke asks if he means the phylactery, a lich at that level hiding near the estate unnoticed, and that this means the Empire may dispatch investigators at any moment of all times. With Kane being away from the estate, this is going to be an insane headache. He puts his hands on the table saying to prepare some word to the capital. Luke says that perhaps they were still lucky. The guard captain says yes. If Kettle hadn't found it, they might have been the first victims. Kardos was likely in the midst of preparations to resurrect, so it's very likely that things would have gone really bad. Luke says that is definitely possible. And even so, this is a remarkable feat and they have to give him a reward fitting of it, assuming they can offer something adequate from their own means. That is the next day in the Lord's estate. There's banging and yelling at the door. Luke says he's awake and gets excited, saying to let the guest in. The door is open and a woman runs in saying that the son of God's Inquisitor, Lord Aquis, has arrived at the estate. Luke is surprised and we see a woman. Luke asks what she's doing here and why the Inquisitor of the Sun God is here. He takes her to his guest room and they have a seat across from each other. He says it's an honor, introducing himself and thanks her for visiting despite it being sudden. Aquis sits there silently before introducing herself as an Inquisitor of the Sun God. She's the youngest to ever be appointed. She is the one who beheaded 7 warlocks who had signed pacts with demons and single-handedly disrupted a massive ritual. Currently the most powerful Inquisitor of the Sun God on the continent. Even the Empire defers to the Sun God's church. She holds power that far exceeds a mere provincial lord, so he wonders why someone like that is here. She says that she's heard the estate has been rather noisy lately. Luke says there was a small problem with the nearby dungeon, but it's been resolved. He says that she must not be here because of the lich, asking the reason for her visit. She says that she is here to speak about a divine oracle. He's surprised and she says that before she can share its contents, she wants to hear about what happened recently. Luke decides it would be best to tell her. She asks if a barbarian really defeated the lich. Luke says yes, and it may have been Kardos. She says that's pretty crazy to think about, asking if they have proof. He pulls out Kardos's phylactery, and as soon as she sees it, she realizes it's true, asking what in the hell happened, and then clutches her amulet, asking if perhaps the Barbarian is still present in this estate right now. Luke says that he is still in the territory. Aquis asks if something like that is even possible though. Luke says it is, and even Lord Cain was defeated by him. She says that it appears a new power has emerged, asking which tribe he is from. Luke tells her that he claims to be from the White Wastelands. She asks how could a being from the demon realm step outside of it and says that maybe the Barbarian is the reason she has been sent here. Luke asks what she means and she asks if she can meet the Barbarian in person. Back inside, the ink kettle is staying at. He is trying to figure out how the hell to use this magic stone. He says it looks like some kind of artifact that supports magic and that he will ask a mage about it later. He then realizes something saying, "Come to think of it, it's about that time." Earlier in the morning, the guard captain told him that the Inquisitor of the Sun God has requested a meeting and the location is the church, and when he meets her to please show proper respect. Kettle tells him not to worry. It jumps to the guard captain looking over asking Kettle if he is ready to leave. He says that since he is all dressed up, he will take that as a yes and they will head off. Then Kettle says that in this world gods truly exist. They bestow power directly and may descend in person, and the place where those who serve them gather is the church. But what makes a fantasy church different? The guard captain says they have arrived and Kettle says that this place looks really cool and he is obviously in awe. The guard captain says that someone will guide him once he is inside and Kettle says he appreciates it. He then enters and takes a look around spotting all of the church-like decorations, and some of the sisters greet him saying that the Inquisitor is waiting for him and they will guide him to the room. Kettle says okay and we hear Aquis saying it is a pleasure to meet him and she introduces herself to him. He says it is nice to meet her and of course he introduces himself. He says she is very young and it means she is very capable. He smiles and she wonders what he is smiling about and if it means something. He asks what reason she wanted to meet, which catches her off guard for some reason, and she lowers her head saying that it is about what happened recently. She brings up some of the same lore about Kardos, the one he has claimed defeat as he has committed grave atrocities across the eventually becoming a lich and only heroes could stand against him. Kettle says he has heard about that, but the dude he saw was a lich flailing on his own and ended up destroying himself, and if she doesn't believe him, he can't prove it as he only speaks of what he saw. She asks if he would permit her god to witness their conversation directly. Kettle asks what she means and she says that if Kettle lies in the sun god's presence, there will be a divine reaction. Kettle says it's like a lie detector and she says that even if he is not a normal barbarian, he is still a barbarian and there is no way he would agree to this. She says that if he is uncomfortable, he may refuse. But Kettle asks why he would do that as this is the perfect chance to experience divine power. She asks if he is certain and he says hell yeah and they should start right away. She wonders why he looks so excited asking if it doesn't make him uncomfortable. He asks what she means and she says having a god observe him. He asks why that would bother him as he has nothing to hide because there has not been a single lie. She realizes she might have treated him too harshly and says that she understands and they can begin. She then puts her hands together praying asking her God who watches from the highest place and oversees the sun itself to please watch with his gaze and reveal any falsehoods in the space. A giant beam of light begins to descend upon the church, and Kettle immediately feels it, saying that he can feel a presence beyond the light. It's massive and it is a being that cannot be described in human words and its emotion right now is nothing but pure confusion. After a little bit, Aquis says that she is glad there is no reaction and it's time for them to begin. From now on, within this pillar, nothing false is allowed. Kettle opens his eyes saying he understands. Under the blazing gaze of the sun god, Kettle stood face to face with Inquisitor Aqua. Their dialogue began with solemn weight, as Kettle recounted in detail his battle inside the dungeon, the clash with the lich. Every word he spoke was bathed in divine light, and the radiant power surrounding them remained calm. No resistance, no rejection. It was proof undeniable. His words were the absolute truth. Inside her mind, Aqua reached a chilling conclusion. The lich, Kartos, must have been gravely weakened during his resurrection ritual. Had he been at his full power, she thought, this barbarian before her would have been nothing more than a lifeless corpse. When Cattle finished his testimony, he asked if her doubts had been put to rest. Aqua admitted they had and even apologized for her earlier suspicions. Cattle dismissed her worries with a calm smile, saying he too had enjoyed this rare experience. Then, gathering her courage, Aqua requested to ask one final, personal question. Cattle allowed it, and in a steady but tense voice, she asked if he truly hailed from the white snowfield. Cattle answered without hesitation. His calm confirmation struck her like thunder. Her red eyes widened, disbelief written across her face. How could anyone come from that demon-infested land? She instantly recalled the ancient legend spoken by the emperor, the tale of the Ashen Barbarian. Her gaze sharpened, her crimson eyes glinting. But before she could speak further, Cattle turned the tables, saying he too had a question. Why had she really come to this territory? Aqua replied vaguely about personal business. Cattle's eyes narrowed, cutting straight through her words. He asked if her true mission was to confirm whether he was an unclean being. Aqua faltered, caught off guard. She tried to deny it, but Cattle pressed on. With piercing clarity, he pointed out the obvious. The sun god himself had descended to watch their exchange. That was no ordinary divine lie detection ritual. It was a sign of something far greater. Under that holy influence, Aqua could not lie. With her lips trembling, she admitted he was right. Cattle pieced it together. He had been her true target from the start. Aqua quickly shook her head, insisting it wasn't so. She explained that only upon arriving here had she begun to suspect he might be the figure tied to an old prophecy. But today, under divine judgment, the truth had been laid bare. He was not the one foretold. Ashamed, Aqua apologized for concealing her true intentions. Cattle accepted her words with surprising ease, even finding the whole affair rather intriguing. Seizing the moment, he asked her to reveal the prophecy itself. Aqua hesitated, her hand gripping the sun-shaped pendant at her neck. Normally, such secrets were shared only with those she trusted deeply. Yet something in Cattle's presence compelled her to speak. Slowly, she began to recite the prophecy. As her words unfolded, Cattle's face shifted with shock and wonder. When the tale ended, Aqua stood silent, lost in deep thought by the great church window. The heavy air was broken by the sound of footsteps. Turning, she saw Lord Barkin approach. He immediately noticed the conflict written on her face and asked what troubled her. Aqua confessed that she had met someone, but instead of answers, that meeting had left her even more conflicted. Lord Barkin pressed further. Who was this person? Her answer was firm and unwavering. Cattle was indeed a barbarian from the white snowfield. The Lord's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this true? He asked. Aqua nodded. If such news spread, she warned, it would throw the entire world into chaos. Lord Barkin could only sigh, heavy with despair. What he had prayed was nothing more than a rumor had revealed itself as undeniable truth. Lord Barkin's expression hardened with worry. He warned that many, especially the Emperor himself, had long desired to explore the white snowfield. If word of Cattle's origin spread, the Emperor's ambition could ignite chaos across the world. But Aqua quickly calmed him. There was no need to fear, she explained. Her organization would personally take responsibility for dealing with the Lich Cardos, and above all, they intended to keep Cattle's existence hidden from the public. This assurance greatly relieved the Lord. Curious, he asked if all barbarians from the white snowfield were as powerful as Cattle. Aqua shook her head firmly. If that were the case, she reasoned, they would have left the snowfield ages ago and conquered the world by now. The Lord agreed, remarking that although barbarians were blessed with unmatched physical strength, they were plagued by a fatal flaw, stupidity. Yet he frowned deeply, pondering the consequences should such beings ever gain intelligence. Aqua's tone grew serious. She had heard that Cattle was different. He possessed not only overwhelming strength but also a sharp mind. What's more, she revealed, the current barbarian king was unlike his brutish predecessors. She had met him once, and he had left her unsettled with how distinct he was from ordinary barbarians. The Lord mused aloud that a meeting between cattle and this king might prove fascinating. But Aqua immediately rejected the idea, her voice sharp. Surprised, the Lord listened as she explained. Relations between barbarians and the followers of the gods were already strained. Any growth in their power was nothing to take lightly. Shifting the subject, the Lord pressed her about the prophecy. What secret was so dire that it required a private meeting between her and cattle? Aqua admitted she only wished to confirm something, whether cattle was truly human or some other being wearing a human guise. The Lord froze at her words. What exactly does this prophecy say? He demanded. Standing before the great church window, Aqua drew a steady breath. Her crimson eyes flickered with unease as she revealed the prophecy. When she finished, the Lord could only stare, stunned into silence, muttering words of disbelief. Later that day, Lord Barkin summoned cattle once more. Cattle entered casually, remarking that thanks to the Lord's support, his life in the territory had been going smoothly. But then he asked bluntly why he had been called. The Lord straightened, saying there was something he must declare as the ruler of this land. Though cattle appeared indifferent, Barkin continued, announcing that he had prepared a reward to honor cattle for saving the territory. At his command, a guard stepped forward and placed a small leather pouch before cattle. The barbarian blinked in surprise. Was this truly the great reward? With a faint smile, Barkin explained that this was no ordinary pouch. He urged cattle to inspect it. Cattle picked it up, instantly sensing there was something unusual about it. The Lord encouraged him to open it and see for himself. This, Barkin said, is an artifact, a magical tool of the bag type. Its inner space is equal to the size of this very reception hall. Cattle's eyes widened. Never before had he seen a genuine artifact forged by magic. Barkin added that the pouch could store countless items, even those larger than its own opening. Eager to test it, Cattle lifted his massive axe and eyed the tiny pouch opening skeptically. But the moment he pushed the weapon forward, it vanished inside in a blink, swallowed whole by the artifact. Cattle froze, stunned at the sight. To retrieve it, Barkin explained, simply reach inside and picture the item in your mind. Cattle stood there, amazement spreading across his rugged face. For the first time, the barbarian held in his hands a true treasure of the magical world. Cattle followed the Lord's instructions carefully, slipping his hand inside the pouch. At first he hesitated, unsure if the artifact would truly respond. But the moment he thought of his axe, he felt its weight in his grip again. Pulling it free, the massive weapon emerged as though it had never been swallowed at all. Cattle's eyes lit up with boyish amazement. "Incredible," he breathed. Lord Barkin smiled, pleased at his reaction. He told Cattle that this artifact was his gift, a reward for saving the territory, and hoped he would put it to good use. Cattle laughed heartily, declaring that he loved it and would definitely use it well. The Lord nodded with satisfaction, closing the matter outwardly, but inwardly his thoughts darkened. The prophecy still lingered. What was truly unfolding in his distant territory? He remembered the words of the Swordmaster, who warned that creatures from the demon realms were beginning to appear across the land. Now, tied together with Aqua's prophecy, the signs grew clearer. A great evil will descend upon this territory, and from here it will spread across the world. His unease only deepened. One of Barkin's villages had recently fallen silent. At first, no one cared much, until a neighboring village sent men to investigate, and they too never returned. Even the Lord's own guards had vanished when dispatched to uncover the truth. Only then did he realize the situation was far more dangerous than anyone had thought. Later, inside the mercenary guild, Cattle approached Rosa and asked about the day's available quests. She informed him of an urgent request issued directly from the Lord. Curious, Cattle asked about its nature, and Rosa explained. The task was to investigate the village that had lost all contact. The assignment was simple, just confirm the situation. The reward, however, was suspiciously high. Cattle's interest was piqued immediately. With no hesitation, he accepted. Rosa wasn't surprised, smiling at his eagerness. At the designated gathering point for mercenaries, a familiar voice suddenly called his name in shock. Cattle? It was the priestess Hayes. She stared wide-eyed at him, noticing at once his new attire. Cattle now wore custom-made clothes, far different from his rugged gear of the snowfields. He explained casually that his old clothes had worn out, so he ordered this new design himself. Hayes admitted the style was unique and impressive, though she seemed distracted by his unexpected presence. When she asked if he had accepted the mission too, Cattle confirmed with a grin, saying he couldn't resist such an interesting job. Hayes thought to herself once more how unusual this man truly was. Cattle then asked why she was alone, and whether her companions Alexandro and Cassan would not be joining. Hayes guessed they had probably turned the mission down. Looking around, Cattle noticed the crowd was smaller than he had expected. Barely 10 mercenaries had gathered, when such high pay for a simple investigation should have attracted dozens. He frowned, voicing his disappointment. Hayes sighed and explained that the reward was suspiciously high for a reason. Rumors claimed that the guards sent earlier had all vanished without a trace. The mission was not as simple as it seemed. Even so, Cattle insisted the turnout was still too low. That was when Hayes reluctantly revealed another detail. There was one more reason mercenaries had refused. It was because Lady Aqua herself, the heretic inquisitor of the sun god, would be joining this mission. Very few mercenaries dared to work alongside her. Hayes admitted her own fears aloud, wondering if Aqua might decide to cut off her head during the mission. Cattle chuckled and reassured her. She won't. Lady Aqua is polite and kind. Hayes froze, stunned by his words. You know Lady Aqua? Cattle nodded easily, even smiling as he said, Yes, she's my friend. Hayes stood speechless, her thoughts spinning. A barbarian and the feared heretic inquisitor friends? The very idea defied everything she thought she knew. Cattle noticed Aqua's arrival at the gathering point and immediately strode over, greeting her with his usual cheer. It's good to see you again. Her red eyes shifted toward him, her tone cold and flat. I don't recall us ever becoming friends. Cattle only laughed, brushing off her icy words. Then let's become friends starting today. Aqua ignored the suggestion entirely, turning instead to Hayes, who stood nervously beside Cattle. And you, are you also a follower of another god? Cattle blinked in surprise. Aqua somehow knew Hayes. Aqua pressed further, remarking that as far as she knew, the followers of Lady Kusi should currently be in their period of rest. Only high-ranking members would be active. Then, catching herself, she softened slightly. I must be mistaken. It's impossible to know every detail of every religious order. Before the awkward silence could deepen, the guard captain arrived with his soldiers. Cattle's face lit up as he recognized him. Ah, we meet again, he said heartily, greeting him with casual ease. Aqua remained calm at Cattle's side, while Hayes shifted uneasily, worry written across her features. The guard captain raised his voice formally, welcoming all those who had accepted the Lord's request. Once attendance was confirmed, he announced that it was time to depart. Cattle glanced around the group, smirking. What a majestic gathering. It almost feels like we're marching off to storm a fortified castle. His voice then lowered with a more serious edge as he turned to Aqua. Tell me, does your swift action mean this is the moment, the one spoken of in the prophecy? Aqua's reply came measured and calm. I cannot say. The god has not revealed when such an event will truly come to pass. All we know is that contact with the village has been severed completely and without warning. Cattle's eyes narrowed. So there's still a chance that this is the beginning of what was foretold. The words of the prophecy echoed in his mind, an unparalleled evil descending upon the earth. His lips curved into a smile, not of fear but of anticipation. The thought of facing such a foe seemed to stir something wild within him. After a long and cautious march, the group finally reached the outskirts of the village. A heavy silence hung over the place like a shroud. The guard captain turned to Aqua. "What do you sense?" Aqua's brows furrowed, her voice edged with concern. "Nothing. No sign of life at all. It's as if this village has been stripped of its very souls." The captain muttered that perhaps the villagers had fled in fear, and quickly ordered his men to spread out and search for clues. Cattle and Hayes nodded and moved into the shadowy alleys alongside the others. The captain studied the small settlement. It could not have held more than 100 people. For an entire village to vanish without a trace was beyond reason. Still, he was confident some sign must remain. "Search every corner," he ordered. "Even the smallest clue will do." Moments later, a mercenary's shout cut through the silence. "Captain, over here!" They rushed into a wooden house where the man pointed at a table. Plates of food lay set out neatly, steam still curling from them. The captain frowned. "Perhaps they left in a hurry." "No, sir." The mercenary interrupted, his voice unsteady. "The food is still warm, as if it was made just minutes ago." The captain's eyes widened in shock. It had been days since contact was lost. How could a meal remain hot after so long? As confusion rippled through the group, another scout reported in. No footprints, no signs of flight, no hidden survivors anywhere near the area. The village was empty, eerily, impossibly empty. The captain clenched his jaw and gave the order. "Continue searching. We will find out what happened here." The search of the village soon revealed a scene that was both perplexing and deeply disturbing. Everywhere they looked were traces of daily life. Half-eaten meals, tools scattered in use, clothes left hanging to dry. Everything suggested the villagers had been living normally just moments ago. Yet not a single person remained. No voices, no bodies, no tracks, not even a trace of spiritual presence. It was as if the people had been erased from existence in an instant. The mercenaries exchanged nervous glances, confirming what they all saw. Life had continued here as usual, but not a soul could be found. The captain turned to Aqua, hoping for an explanation, but she shook her head, admitting her inability. "I cannot sense what happened here. Even I do not know." With growing unease, the captain looked to Cattle. He too confirmed he had found no clues. "The air feels normal. There is no presence to detect." The captain's frustration boiled over. His voice cracked with anger. "This is madness. How can such a thing even exist?" Cattle, however, remained calm. His voice carried an unsettling confidence. "Then perhaps we should ask the one who does know the answer." The captain frowned, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Cattle's expression sharpened. "Because someone else is here with us." The group stiffened in shock, eyes darting around the empty streets. Then, to their horror, they noticed her. A strange woman standing quietly among them, someone who had not been there before. The captain's face drained of color. "How long? How long has she been standing there?" The woman smiled faintly, her presence chilling. "Impressive. You noticed me, Barbarian. Most do not." Cattle met her gaze without flinching. Anyone would notice a stranger suddenly appearing in a place like this. She laughed softly, shaking her head. "Wrong. People only see me when I wish them to. Even the sun god's inquisitor failed to sense me." Her words sent a ripple of unease through the group. Aqua's eyes narrowed, but her silence confirmed the truth. She had sensed nothing at all. Cattle stepped forward, asking boldly, "Who are you really?" The woman ignored his question, her gaze predatory. "You are an unexpected prize." Danger radiated from her like a storm. The captain's instincts screamed at him. "Retreat! Everyone, get away from her!" But in his heart he felt terror. If even Aqua could not detect this woman's presence, then the truth was horrifying. Either she was not evil at all, or she was a being of evil so powerful that ordinary means could not register her existence. A cruel smile spread across the woman's lips. "I've made my decision. Barbarian, you will come with me to hell." as my eternal slave. Her form writhed and twisted, revealing a nightmarish demonic shape. Her body expanded with unholy power, wings of shadow bursting forth. In her hands, a swirling ball of purple energy grew larger and larger, crackling with destructive force. Gasps broke from the mercenaries as she rose into the air, floating above them as if gravity itself bent before her. Aqua and Cattle stared up, momentarily frozen by the overwhelming power radiating from her form. Power unlike anything they had ever faced. The captain shouted desperately, "Run for your lives!" But before anyone could flee, a translucent barrier flashed into existence, encasing the entire village in a dome of magic. The mercenaries struck at it with blades and spells, but nothing made a dent. The demon's voice thundered across the empty streets, echoing with cruel finality. "This village is under my dominion. None of you will escape. All of you are mine." Her tongue ran greedily across her lips. "My prey." Every face turned pale as the truth sank in. They were standing before a true named demon, one of the most feared entities in existence. Hayes collapsed, trembling, her voice rising in frantic prayer. "Oh, Lady Cussy, deliver us. Save us from this evil." A warm, steady hand pressed against her head. She looked up to see Cattle's calm eyes meeting hers. "Quiet yourself," he said firmly, though his tone was gentle. "I am here. I won't leave your side." Cattle narrowed his eyes on the demoness and asked Hayes calmly, "What does it mean for a demon to have a name? What makes them different from the rest?" Hayes's voice trembled as she answered, her hands shaking slightly. "Most who are called demons are nothing more than fragments of evil and stray magic, pitiful shadows with no true power of their own. But the real ones, the originals born in the abyss of darkness, they choose their own names. And once named, they become calamities. Even the weakest named demon holds enough strength to destabilize an entire kingdom and plunge it into chaos." Cattle's gaze returned to the woman floating before them. Now he understood. This being was not some trick of magic or ordinary fiend. She was one of those legendary disasters not to be underestimated. Hayes swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on the demoness' horns. "I know her. Those horns. She is Ashtir, the demoness of gravity. Centuries ago, she appeared in this world and left only ruin in her wake." Cattle asked bluntly, "Can the barrier be broken by force?" Hayes shook her head with despair. "No, this place is already her domain. The barrier is absolute. The only way out is to defeat her. But that is nearly impossible." Cattle placed a hand against the shimmering wall. To everyone's shock, the surface cracked instantly beneath his touch, as though it could not resist him. The fissures spread for a moment before sealing again. Cattle smirked, hiding the damage. A low laugh escaped his lips. "Interesting. I think I'll watch a little longer." Hayes stared at him in disbelief, completely thrown off by his calm amusement. But Cattle only gave her a reassuring gesture with his hand. "Don't worry." Above them, Ashtir let out a mocking laugh. "Tell me, wasn't my trick amusing? The village you thought full of life, nothing but an illusion, a game I prepared. A bait to draw you fools into my web." Aqua's crimson eyes flared with disgust. "Your games are vile, despicable." Her mind raced. Summoning a named demon requires an enormous sacrifice of souls. Even an entire village's worth is barely enough for such a ritual. And to extend a demonic domain this wide, unnoticed? Impossible. How did she enter this world without alerting the powers of good? Aqua's voice cut sharply. "How did you descend into this world unseen?" Ashtir smirked. "And why would I share my secrets with you?" Aqua's fury erupted. "You foul corruption, defiling this sacred land with your presence." The demoness burst into mocking laughter. "Sacred land? You pitiful mutt, obedient dog of your god. Tell me, will your mighty sun god save you now?" Her laughter ended abruptly, her tone shifting into something colder, heavier. "Listen well, Inquisitor. Cracks are spreading in the fabric of this world. Soon, it will not belong to humans and gods alone, as you've so arrogantly believed. Her voice carried like narration, dredging up the buried history of the world. Long ago, gods and men had waged war against the forces of darkness, and their combined might had cast the demons into the abyss. That was the crushing victory of light. But now the seals were breaking. Ashtir spread her wings of shadow, her presence pressing down like a crushing weight. I am Ashtir, the demoness of gravity. I have waited centuries in the pit of hell for this day. I will wash away the shame of defeat and blanket this world in darkness once more. Aqua's expression hardened, her voice sharp with defiance. This world belongs to the gods and to mankind. Return to the abyss where you belong, vile creature. Raising her staff, she began a sacred ritual, her voice echoing like thunder as she called for her god to descend and pour divine power into her body. A massive pillar of golden light engulfed Aqua as she began her transformation. Cattle glanced at her calmly, thinking to himself with amusement that enemies never seemed to attack during moments like these. When the light subsided, Aqua appeared clad in full divine armor, each plate glowing with radiant power. Her crimson eyes blazed beneath the golden helm, and her entire figure radiated the authority of a warrior chosen by the gods. Ashtir tilted her head with interest, then summoned a great crystal scythe into her hand. The elegant weapon pulsed with violet energy, and with a confident smile she declared her readiness to fight. Demons are always arrogant and overconfident, Aqua said coldly as she raised her weapon. In a flash of golden light, she launched forward at superhuman speed. Their weapons collided in a violent clash, divine and demonic forces surging against one another. The impact shook the ground and hurled both combatants back across the field. Recovering smoothly, Ashtir rested her scythe at her side and mocked. A true battle must be fought with dignity and respect. Do the gods' hunting dogs not know even this? Aqua steadied her stance, her glare sharp and unyielding. Enough of your nonsense. Are you ready to die? The clash between the holy warrior Aqua and the demonist Ashtir shook the battlefield. Aqua charged forward at blinding speed, leaving a storm of dust in her wake, her eyes blazing with holy fire. But in an instant, Ashtir vanished as if erased from existence. Before Aqua could react, the demonist materialized behind her, claws slashing with a sound like tearing air. Aqua spun and blocked at the very last second, her reflexes saving her from the fatal strike. But shock pierced her heart as Ashtir's claw seized her divine shield. No foe had ever touched it before. Exploiting the moment, Ashtir struck with all her strength, smashing Aqua into the earth with a force that cratered the ground. The demon pressed the attack mercilessly. She had sensed a gap in Aqua's defenses and rained down strike after strike, dark energy surging with each blow. Aqua staggered backward, blocking desperately as her foe's unrelenting assault drove her step by step toward collapse. Then Aqua raised her voice, chanting from her holy scriptures. Her words thundered across the battlefield, proclaiming that no darkness could defile the light. At her final word, a brilliant beam of radiance descended from the heavens, slamming into Ashtir. The demon screamed in pain, forced back by the divine power. Eyes narrowed, Ashtir studied her opponent. Sarcasm laced her voice as she admitted surprise that someone so young could wield scripture with such force. She mocked Aqua, calling her more interesting than expected. But Aqua was not finished. Raising her scepter high, she recited another verse, her voice trembling with fervor as she called upon her lord to burn all evil. The staff flared with brilliance, and she launched forward, her speed breaking the sound barrier. A massive explosion of holy fire followed, detonating in the demon's path. The duel erupted into chaos. Holy and demonic energies clashed at speeds beyond mortal sight, each collision detonating in violent explosions that tore apart everything nearby. The once quiet village became a ruin of flame and rubble. Buildings collapsed, streets shattered, and terrified mercenaries and villagers fled in panic, screaming as debris rained down around them. Through the storm of destruction, Aqua and Ashtyr's battle only grew fiercer. Sparks of light and shadow filled the sky as their strikes collided in rapid succession, each impact threatening to tear the earth apart. And yet, at the edge of the devastation, Cattle stood calmly, hands in his pockets. His eyes gleamed with excitement, a smile tugging at his lips as though he were watching a grand performance. "Magnificent," he murmured, savoring the chaos. Hai, desperate and terrified, ran to him. Tears streaked her face as she clung to his arm, begging him to help Lady Aqua, who was risking everything for their sake. But Cattle's answer was chillingly calm. He admitted he could help, but asked coldly why he should. Hai froze, horrified by his indifference. He explained that he had no wish to spoil such an exhilarating fight. It was rare to witness battle at this level, and he wanted to savor it to the end. He admitted he longed to fight a demon himself one day, but for now he would simply enjoy the spectacle. Hai's heart filled with dread. His words chilled her to the core. To her, this man was not normal. His twisted enjoyment of such carnage marked him as something dangerous. Meanwhile, the battlefield roared as Aqua and Ashtyr clashed once more. Holy light and demonic fire split the skies, their violent duel shaking the earth as sparks rained down like stars. Ashtyr admitted to herself that Aqua was every bit as stubborn and unyielding as one would expect from the dogs of the gods. Yet she still believed she surpassed her in raw strength and battle experience. Even so, she knew there was a deeper danger. In this world, demons could not withstand divine power indefinitely, and already she felt herself slowly retreating before Aqua's growing light. If the duel continued unchecked, time itself would turn against her. A cunning glint lit her eyes. With a sly smile, she darted across the field at blistering speed, shifting directions in a blur. To Aqua's shock, her opponent was no longer charging her, but streaking toward the defenseless mercenaries cowering in fear at the battlefield's edge. Without hesitation, Aqua threw herself forward, raising her shield to block. Ashtyr struck it with a torrent of dark energy, pouring relentless power against the glowing barrier to crack and weaken it. The mercenaries screamed, terror plain on their faces as they imagined what awaited them should the shield fail. Rage flared in Aqua's chest. She spat out a furious condemnation, calling her opponent a filthy creature without honor. Ashtyr only laughed with cruel delight, mocking the very thought. "Did you truly expect a demon to fight with the honor of knights?" she sneered. At the peak of her anger, Aqua raised her scepter and began to chant. Her voice boomed with sacred conviction as she recited one of her most revered verses, words reserved for only the direst moments. Brilliant golden essence erupted from her body, radiant light bursting outward in a wave. From that brilliance, a sanctuary dome formed, a holy shield that encompassed all. She commanded the mercenaries to hurry inside. The terrified survivors did not hesitate. With tears and gasps of relief, they rushed beneath the dome, their voices raised in thanks to the warrior who had saved them from certain death. Ashtyr laughed wickedly, her voice echoing with malice. "So much precious scripture wasted on weak humans. Is that really worth it?" "Silence!" Aqua thundered back, her eyes blazing with fury. The demon only smiled wider. "The perfect response from a holy warrior burning with righteous anger," she mocked. The two collided again, weapons and energy clashing in a storm of sparks. Aqua met the fierce attack head-on, but Ashtyr twisted away with astonishing agility. With an acrobatic leap, she soared overhead and landed close, her voice dropping to a poisonous whisper at Aqua's ear. "Death is only death," she hissed. "No one will honor your noble sacrifice for these worms. If you continue like this, you'll fall in disgrace, dragging down the very god you serve." Her eyes gleamed with malice as she dangled a cruel temptation. If Aqua released the holy protection shielding the mercenaries, she could unleash her full strength in self-defense. If she then triumphed, her honor and her god's glory would be exalted. "So tell me, priestess, will you really die for a handful of worthless mortals?" Aqua's grip tightened. Her eyes burned with resolve as she dismissed the words as nothing more than petty psychological tricks. They would not sway her. Ashtyr's grin widened into a vicious smile. "Then die a martyr," she spat. Her aura flared violently, the ground trembling under her unleashed power. With a roar, she gathered her energy to its absolute peak and hurled a devastating wave of darkness. A concentrated attack strong enough to tear the heavens apart. Aqua strained with all her might to hold back the overwhelming tide of dark energy. Her holy light flickered, its brilliance dimming under the weight of Ashtyr's relentless assault. Then, in the blink of an eye, the demon appeared before her like a ghost and unleashed a violent explosion of shadow at close range. Aqua barely dodged, the blast hurling her backward across the ground. She recovered her footing quickly, but the shock and fear on her face betrayed how shaken she truly was. Ashtyr gave her no reprieve. At blinding speed, she conjured rings of purple energy that streaked outward, encircling Aqua like venomous snakes. Darkness closed in, suffocating and impenetrable, until Aqua could see nothing at all. From above, Ashtyr swooped like a hawk descending on prey. "I'm tired of your gods and their scriptures," she snarled, pouring all her strength into a devastating strike. The attack smashed Aqua into the ground. She coughed blood as her body convulsed from the force. Only at the last instant did she manage to raise her shield and block a claw aimed straight at her heart. Even so, she lay pinned, helpless as the demon continued her merciless assault. Ashtyr gathered power into her palm, condensing it into a massive black sphere. With a roar, she hurled it into Aqua. The resulting explosion shattered the golden barrier that had been protecting the mercenaries. Shards of light scattered like broken glass as their only defense collapsed. A cry of despair tore from one of the survivors. "The shield is gone. We're finished." Ashtyr's grin widened, her eyes gleaming with hunger. "Then I'll eat you for dessert," she sneered. "After I've savored the taste of this noble dog of the gods." She leaned forward, her jaw opening wide to reveal rows of razor fangs. But just as she lunged, her mouth snapped shut, stopped by a hand gripping her jaw with implacable force. Cattle stood there, calm and cold. "That's enough," he said flatly. "The game ends here." Both Aqua and Ashtyr froze, stunned by his sudden appearance. The demon's mind reeled. She hadn't sensed him at all. It was as though he had materialized from thin air. Without another word, Cattle's fist smashed into her face. The blow detonated like thunder, launching her across the village in a shock wave that leveled buildings in its path. He turned back, brushing dust from his hand, and looked down at Aqua still lying in shock on the ground. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice calm and steady. Aqua gazed up at him in disbelief, and recognition struck her. This was the mysterious man who had once defeated Swordmaster Cain with effortless ease. From the rubble, Ashtyr rose with fire burning in her eyes. She shrieked in fury, calling him an arrogant barbarian and demanding to know how he dared interrupt her feast. Cattle dusted his clothes and answered without hesitation. "Because Aqua is my friend, and for that reason alone, I will not let her die." His composure only stoked her fury. "Friend?" she spat. "I was going to keep you alive as my toy when I was finished with her. Now you'll regret crossing me." Cattle's lips curved into a smirk. "I'm no one's toy," he said, his tone edged with amusement. Her expression twisted into a wicked smile. "Then you'll die here." She raised her hand, and in a surge of power, a massive demonic scythe materialized, its blade dripping with malevolent energy. On the ground, Aqua tried to rise, wincing with pain. "Cattle," she pleaded. "Retreat. Flee while you can." But he shook his head calmly. "Despite appearances, I'm strong enough to handle her." Her voice trembled with concern. "No, you can't defeat a demon with physical strength alone." Despite her battered body, Aqua forced herself up, insisting she was still strong enough to fight. Her voice rang with conviction as she explained that only divine power could banish demons and purify their corruption. It was a cosmic law, set since the dawn of time, and here in the demon's own domain, there could be no miracle to save them. Cattle listened carefully, then looked at her weakened state, the blood on her lips and the tremor in her stance. "You don't look fit to fight at all right now," he said calmly. Aqua's eyes blazed with resolve. "It doesn't matter. I serve the god, and it is my duty to face evil head-on until my last breath." For a moment Cattle was silent, then he gave a small nod. "Your faith is remarkable," he admitted, "but you should rest. Leave this fight to me." His words startled her. She stared at him in disbelief, but he only smiled, broad and confident. "I've always wanted to fight a demon," he said. "Now I'll see how strong I really am." Ashtir let out a mocking laugh. "You really think those pathetic human fists can touch me?" Cattle's smirk didn't waver. "Why don't we find out?" The demon licked her claws hungrily. "I'll enjoy watching your eyes twist in pain as I tear you apart." Her aura erupted, a swirling vortex of shadow that tore into the earth. With a roar, she launched forward at lightning speed, her body like a black arrow cutting through the battlefield. Aqua gasped, fear flooding her chest, certain he would be destroyed. But Cattle stood motionless, his calm unbroken. At the instant her claws slashed toward him, his fist shot forward. The punch landed squarely on her face. Bone shattered, her head caved under the force, and her body was hurled into the air by the impact. The shock wave split the ground beneath them. Aqua froze. She could only stare in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she had just seen. The man who looked so ordinary had crushed a demon's charge, and her body with a single punch. Aqua stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before her. With nothing but his bare fist, Cattle had shattered the skull of a powerful demoness as if it were a decaying fruit. A faint, terrified whisper escaped her lips as she questioned whether such a feat could truly be possible for a mere human. At the center of the carnage, Ashtir's body began to reassemble, reforming from a violent vortex of swirling dark energy. Cattle watched with a cold smile, casually remarking that her head could grow back, even after being utterly destroyed. The nearby demons stared at him, their glowing eyes filled with both hatred and shock. One of them asked, voice hoarse and uncertain, who or what he really was. It was impossible to believe he was just human. But Cattle, unfazed, replied calmly that he was nothing more than a simple barbarian. Ashtir's expression twisted in rage. She took his answer as an insult to her intelligence. Her demonic senses, honed over centuries, could detect no trace of aura or mysticism within him. No magic, no spiritual force, nothing. And with that certainty, she concluded he wasn't using any supernatural enhancement, just raw, incomprehensible strength. The realization unsettled her deeply. Yet rather than retreat, she resolved to uncover the truth with her own hands. A wicked grin spread across her face as she lunged at Cattle with blinding speed. Letting out a piercing scream, she commanded him to die, scoffing that his fragile human form made the battle beneath her. Still, she saw no option but to end this farce. But in the next instant, her smile froze. Cattle caught her advancing wrist with effortless ease, like halting the tantrum of a child. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Before she could react, he drove a devastating punch into her chest. The blow landed like a cannon blast, launching her backward through the air. Dark blood sprayed from her mouth as pain, real pain, tore through her demonic form for the first time. She flew like a ragdoll hurled by a storm, crashing into the ground with earth-shaking force. A crater formed at the point of impact, debris scattering in all directions. Trembling, she tried to comprehend how a purely physical strike could produce such destruction. Cattle stood unmoved, calmly watching as her ruined body began to regenerate once more. The demons nearby finally realized the terrifying truth. His punch hadn't been enhanced by aura, enchantment, or magic. It was sheer, terrifying strength in its rawest form. Cattle, genuinely intrigued, examined Ashtyr's reassembling form. He mused aloud about the mechanism behind her regeneration, how her body could restore itself with such speed and precision. But he didn't wait for a reply. Without warning, he stomped the ground. The force of it cracked the earth beneath him and unleashed a shockwave that splintered the surrounding stone. Then, in a blur of movement, he charged forward with blinding speed. Before Ashtyr could even lift her reforming head, he seized it with both hands and smashed it into the ground with brutal force. Without pause, he followed up with a vicious sidekick that sent her body hurtling through the air once again. Once again, the tattered and scattered remains of Ashtyr's body began pulling themselves together. Dark energy surged, reconstructing her piece by piece in a grotesque display of regeneration. Cattle watched calmly, a faint smile on his lips, eyes gleaming with interest. He remarked that each time her head was destroyed, it returned as if from nothing, an ability fitting for a demon. He wondered aloud if her head was her core, her life source. Ashtyr rose slowly, fury simmering beneath her composed expression. The situation was both humiliating and surreal. Did he truly believe he could defeat her using nothing but brute force? Was this what he thought of her? With biting sarcasm, she mocked him. "Does this mean I don't even need to try against your primitive strength?" Cattle looked at her, confused. He didn't understand what she was implying, but the demons around her suddenly spoke in a tone that dripped with menace, warning him to listen carefully. Then, with pride burning in her voice, Ashtyr declared her name once more. "I am Ashtyr, demoness of gravity." She challenged him to continue relying on raw strength and see where it would lead him. Cattle's response came with the same unnerving calm. "You really don't seem that impressive to me." His words struck like a blade through her pride. Ashtyr let out a deafening scream of rage, shaking the very air as she unleashed her full power. Blinded by fury and humiliation, she charged at Cattle, her eyes burning with violent sparks. As she neared, the space around her warped. Dark gravitational energy twisted reality itself, coalescing into a monstrous warhammer, black as coal and radiating visible, crushing force. Swinging the colossal weapon, she brought it down on Cattle with the might to shatter mountains. But he didn't move. He raised his bare hands and blocked it effortlessly. Then, with a single punch, he shattered the hammer of solid gravity like it was made of glass. Before Ashtyr could react, he followed up with another clean strike to her face. Her head exploded for the third time as her body was hurled backward. But she rose again, her body rapidly rebuilding. This time, disbelief consumed her completely. As the demoness of gravity, her power allowed her to condense the weight of a castle wall into a single hammer blow. And yet this man, not even awakened to mysticism, had blocked it barehanded and destroyed it. Her mind reeled at the impossibility. "This is impossible!" she screamed, her voice cracking under the weight of her outrage. Consumed by fury, Ashtyr summoned an immense surge of dark energy between her hands. It crackled violently as it condensed into a massive, destructive beam. She screamed at the top of her lungs, commanding him to die. Cattle didn't retreat. As the beam surged toward him, he met it with a single punch. His fist tore through the demonic energy, colliding with it in a cataclysmic explosion. A blinding flash of white light erupted, born from the clash between his overwhelming physical power and her dark, magical force. The resulting blast rocked the battlefield. Aqua could only watch, frozen in awe and horror, unsure of what her eyes were witnessing. In that moment, she remembered what the ancient texts had said. Ashtyr was a demoness of legend, one who had raised an entire kingdom on her own centuries ago. And now, she was being dominated, not by a mage, not by a hero, by a man using nothing but his fists. Cattle landed gently atop Ashtyr's body, which was already beginning to regenerate once more. Observing her, he murmured that she seemed truly unkillable. Even immense physical power, he concluded, wouldn't be enough to end her for good. A wicked, cunning smile curled across the demoness lips as she heard his realization. But then something shifted. Suddenly, Ashtir felt a crushing pressure, one unlike anything she had experienced in her long and fearsome life. It emanated from Cattle, standing calmly over her, radiating a silent force that made the very air tremble. Her voice shook as she asked him once again, almost begging now, to reveal his true identity. But Cattle, as calm as ever, simply repeated, "I'm just an ordinary barbarian." She refused to believe it. It was too absurd. Yet strangely, the fear she now felt thrilled her. It stirred something primal inside her. She admitted there was still one final thing she wanted to test. Her body dissolved into liquid shadow and slipped out from beneath his foot, rising into the air as a swirling mass of dark energy. Aqua's anxiety surged as she watched the transformation. High above, the mass of energy coalesced into a massive black sphere, pulling nearby rocks and debris toward it with overwhelming gravitational force. From her position in the sky, Ashtir addressed the barbarian below, vowing to tear him apart with the full might of her power. The swirling sphere of darkness grew denser and heavier as she gathered all her remaining energy. This was her final and most devastating attack. Cattle understood immediately. This was her true power. The situation had become dangerously serious. Aqua saw it too, and she realized in horror that brute strength alone would no longer be enough. Something divine had to intervene, or they would all be lost. With a bitter smile, Ashtir began her final incantation. "Let the thorns fall and kill." The sky darkened. A relentless storm of razor-sharp black thorns began to pour from the heavens like cursed rain. Cattle didn't move. Instead, he began rotating his arms at unbelievable speed, generating a whirlwind of sheer force. His flurry of blows became a shield, an impenetrable barrier of motion that shattered every thorn before it could reach him. Ashtir stared, stunned, and muttered in disbelief. What kind of beast is this man? She had no time to recover. Without warning, Cattle launched himself into the sky, his speed surpassing the sound barrier. The shock wave of his ascent cracked the ground below. Aqua seized that critical moment. With the last of her strength, she raised her voice and recited a verse from the sacred scriptures. "Let the glorious light devour all evil." Divine energy flared in the air, coalescing into a radiant golden axe. The holy weapon, pulsing with celestial light, descended from the heavens into Cattle's outstretched hand. He looked at it, astonished. Was this a gift from the gods? Below, Aqua, gasping and nearly collapsing, cried out to him, "I gave it everything I had. End her now." Gripping the axe tightly, Cattle felt a strange resonance with the divine weapon, as if it recognized him. He turned his gaze to Ashtir and spoke coldly, "Playtime's over." With that, he brought the axe down in a crushing vertical arc. The holy energy surged, piercing straight through the demoness body. In that moment, Ashtir knew without doubt that she had been truly, utterly defeated. The divine light exploded from within her, consuming her body from the inside out. Her screams were not of anger this time, but raw, undeniable pain. She fell from the sky like a puppet with its strings cut, crashing to the ground as a lifeless corpse. Cattle approached calmly and muttered, "That was mildly entertaining." Ashtir, barely conscious, gasped her final words. "To be reverse summoned to hell like this, how humiliating. But I don't regret it. At least, I confirmed your existence." Her voice weakened as she asked, "Tell me your last name." He paused briefly before replying, simple and unwavering, "Cattle." The moment Aqua heard that name, she screamed, her voice filled with pure fear and terror. Ashtir, already fading, erupted into a wild, broken laugh. With the last of her strength, she opened an ethereal communication channel, one so powerful it rippled through the fabric of reality itself. Her thunderous voice echoed across the abyssal dimensions, broadcasting a command to every demon in hell. Remember this name, Cattle the Barbarian. Burn it into the core of your collective memory. Never forget it. Aqua cried out in desperation, horrified by what was unfolding. Ashtir then gave one final order to her followers, her kin, her realm. When I fall, devour my memories. Learn everything you can about him. She laughed one final time, unhinged, victorious, and declared, "This barbarian now belongs to all of you." In that instant, strange and invisible forces surged toward Cattle. Like shadows slipping through cracks in reality, they rushed into him, infiltrating his mind. Cattle paused, eyes narrowing in confusion. Something was happening, something foreign, unnatural. He glanced at his body, felt something unfamiliar for a moment, and then shrugged with complete disinterest. His face remained blank, unmoved. Turning to Ashtir, he asked plainly, "What did you do just now?" "I felt something strange enter my body." Ashtir stared at him in horror. The demonic corruption, meant to infect and possess him, to drag him into eternal madness, had done nothing. Not a scratch on his soul. Not a whisper of influence. "It's impossible," she whispered, voice quivering in fear. How did it fail? The darkness was supposed to overwhelm you." Without responding, Cattle raised his foot and brought it down on the last remnants of her broken body. The demoness was obliterated, her essence crushed and scattered, never to regenerate again. Aqua and Hayes screamed, staggered by what they had just witnessed, unable to process the magnitude of it. As the heavy, purple mist of Ashtir's death began to dissolve, the battlefield fell silent. Cattle stretched his arms, let out a breath, and smiled calm, satisfied, completely unbothered. Then he turned to Aqua and asked casually, "So, does that mean the mission's done?" In the quiet territory of Barkin, nestled within the kingdom of Gehentra, troubling news spread like wildfire. Alarming reports surfaced about a nearby village with which all contact had mysteriously been lost. Newspapers soon became saturated with illustrations and speculation, all pointing fingers at the demonist Ashtir, believed to be responsible for the horrific attack. Within his study, the ruler of Barkin sat in silence, his face lined with sorrow. In a weary voice, he wondered aloud how such a devastating ordeal could befall the land he had worked so tirelessly to protect. Having only just recovered from a grueling battle against a lich, Barkin now faced a new menace, a named demon referenced in the oldest of historical records. Amid the unfolding disaster, there was at least one glimmer of hope. The brave inquisitor of the sun god had managed to temporarily repel the demoness, granting a brief moment of reprieve and time to consider the next course of action. The scene then shifts to Cattle, who could feel the entire territory gripped by unrest and anxious anticipation. His eyes settled on Aqua, resting peacefully as her body healed from deep wounds. To his surprise, she began to stir and speak in a faint voice. With deliberate movements, Aqua rose from the bed. Cattle, visibly concerned, asked if she was truly planning to leave so soon. He gently urged her to allow her body more time to recover before setting out again. Standing resolute, Aqua explained that she could not afford any further delays. She had to inform the Holy Land of what had occurred as soon as possible. Cattle understood and respected her unwavering resolve. Before leaving, Aqua turned to him with sincere gratitude. She thanked him for saving her life, admitting that without his help, she would have become nothing more than a helpless plaything in the hands of the demoness. Cattle shook his head and humbly declined her thanks, replying in a simple tone that he had only done what anyone would do for a friend. He then asked, almost curiously, if they were now considered friends. The question took Aqua by surprise. Could a barbarian from the north truly be friends with a devout servant of the sun god? She reminded him of her sacred identity, voicing her doubt, and asked if he still wished for friendship despite the stark contrast between them. Cattle merely asked, "Is there any reason why not?" After a moment of thought, Aqua conceded that there wasn't. With that, Cattle concluded that their friendship was indeed possible. Aqua gave a faint smile and agreed, Cattle then mentioned he had a question and asked her about something he had heard. Was it true that one must never reveal their real name to a demon? Aqua confirmed it solemnly. She explained that demons use names to place a dark, invisible mark on a person's soul, a process known as marking. This mark acts as a beacon, drawing the attention of other malevolent entities and turning the person into easy prey, relentlessly hunted by evil. She added that in ancient times, those who were marked had to undergo complex baptismal rituals to remove the curse, or they would eventually be tracked down and slain by merciless forces. Cattle's expression darkened with concern. Quietly, he asked if this meant he had been marked during his encounter with the demoness. Aqua immediately reassured him that, fortunately, he hadn't been marked. However, she warned that his name had likely been exposed to the denizens of hell and was now known among them. Still, she told him not to worry too much. Without the mark, they couldn't accurately trace his location. The real danger would only arise if he were to encounter them face to face again. Cattle, thoughtful, remarked on how, even with his strength, he hadn't been able to kill the demons through physical force alone. Aqua nodded and explained that this was the mysterious nature of demons, beings fundamentally different from anything else in existence. She then began recounting an old tale. In the beginning, she explained, the great gods created humankind and granted them life. But beings from beyond the known cosmos grew envious and took a malevolent interest in the human world. These entities crossed dimensions and invaded, unleashing unspeakable horrors and slaughter upon the people. Their violence was so great that the gods themselves descended to the mortal realm to defend their creation. They stood by humanity, named those otherworldly invaders demons, and banished them from the world, sealing the gate between dimensions behind them. Aqua continued, detailing how, after their salvation, humanity built temples and churches to honor the gods. With divine guidance, they flourished, advancing their civilization in peace. However, over time, for reasons still unknown, the demons began to stir once more. Subtly and cautiously, they returned, probing the boundaries between realms. Because demons are spiritual beings, Aqua explained, they can only be destroyed by divine or holy power. To face this threat, the gods chose devout followers and granted them fragments of their divine strength. From her words, Cattle deduced that demons couldn't be killed by physical force alone because they didn't truly belong to this world. Aqua confirmed this, adding that demons weren't part of the world's natural fabric. They were invaders from a different dimension entirely. Cattle's expression turned grim. The increasing appearances of such powerful beings, he said, could become a dire threat to all. Aqua reassured him, high-ranking, named demons could not easily cross into their world. However, she revealed that something had changed. The cycles of dungeon appearances, once predictable, had become erratic and unstable. It was as if the sealed demon world had begun to influence their realm once more. Malevolent entities were starting to manifest gradually. These strange phenomena, she specified, had all begun exactly 1 year ago. That phrase triggered Cattle's memory. He realized it aligned perfectly with the time he had taken on his final quest in the vast snowfields. After their long conversation, Aqua thanked Cattle again and said she must depart. She invited him to visit her religious order someday, promising he would be warmly welcomed. Cattle smiled and replied that he would like that. As she settled into her carriage and the journey began, Aqua reflected on her still unhealed body. Despite her condition, she knew she couldn't delay reporting these events to the great saints. Her thoughts drifted back to Cattle, and a quiet confusion stirred within her. Why had the sun god offered no prophecy or sign about this powerful and mysterious barbarian? Elsewhere, in a different corner of the world, Swordmaster Cain strode through an opulent, intricately decorated corridor. A sigh escaped him. He was utterly drained after a long and arduous meeting with the Emperor. From the shadows, a figure emerged. A man with long black hair and an enigmatic presence. He remarked that Cain seemed to be having a difficult day. Cain turned, immediately recognizing the newcomer. It was none other than the Grand Master of the Magic Tower, the place where the most powerful mages and mystics in the world gathered. The master of the magic tower asked Cain why he had come to the palace. Cain replied that he was there to deliver a detailed report on the outcome of his recent mission. With sharp intuition, the tower master correctly deduced that it had been a reconnaissance mission into the demon world, specifically, a region known as the Forest of Silence. When asked for his impressions, Cain's expression turned grim. He described the forest as a horrific place that defied every known law of the natural world. True to its name, not a single sound could be heard within it. Even mystic detection abilities malfunctioned, and when he tried to shout, not even the faintest vibration came from his throat. He recalled with horror how his soldiers vanished one by one in that terrifying, absolute silence. It was, he said, a loathsome and abominable place. Cain then wondered aloud why the emperor remained so obsessed with conquering such a dangerous and alien realm. The tower master, cold and composed, remarked that he too found the demon world fascinating and was deeply intrigued by its secrets. Inwardly, Cain hoped he would not be drawn further into this complicated affair. He would rather keep his distance. Suddenly, without warning, the tower master raised his hand. A complex spatial magic circle shimmered into existence beneath their feet. In a flash, the two were transported across dimensions to a vast, breathtaking expanse. A star-filled space unlike anything in the material world. Stunned, Cain demanded an explanation. The tower master, smiling mysteriously, said that during Cain's mission, he had encountered someone very special. The statement made Cain freeze. With a flash of realization and growing anger, Cain understood what had happened. The tower master had placed a watcher's eye spell on him, spying on his every move. The master confirmed it nonchalantly, admitting that he'd cast the spell during their last meeting and considered it one of his few enjoyable hobbies. Cain muttered a curse under his breath but eventually calmed himself. Since the tower master had already seen everything, he asked what more he wanted. The tower master then asked Cain for his personal opinion of the barbarian from the White Snowfield, a figure long thought to be a mere legend. He pointed out that this man had not only bested a seasoned swordmaster, Cain himself, but had also crushed the powerful Lich Cardos as if he were nothing more than an insect. His sudden appearance from the edge of the snowfield made the story even more believable. Cain was deeply surprised to learn that Cattle had been the one who defeated Cardos. The tower master explained that, while the news had not yet been made public, strong rumors were already circulating within the magic tower. Cardos, the once great sorcerer who had shaken the continent, had failed in his resurrection attempt. The tower master admitted he had personally gone to the Lich's lair to pay his respects. Cardos had been one of the few members of the Lich lineage he considered a friend. Cain, taken aback, remarked that he hadn't expected the tower master to be capable of sorrow. But the master replied that, for someone who had lived as long as he had, friendships became a necessity. Then, almost casually, he mentioned that no valuable artifacts had been found in Cartos's lair after his death. This puzzled Cain, who had believed all artifacts were recovered during the battle. But the tower master clarified, the most precious artifact of all had not yet been found. He then turned back to Cain and asked again, quietly but intently, if he truly believed that the barbarian had defeated Cardos alone. Cain answered honestly, he believed it was entirely possible, especially if the barbarian in question was the one he had encountered. The tower master, always perceptive, pointed out that Cain had yet to inform the emperor of Cattle's existence. Cain shrugged, questioning why he should. He remarked bitterly that the emperor was already throwing valuable people into the furnace of the demon world as if they were disposable. Revealing the barbarian's existence would only lead to a violent confrontation, one that Cain feared was inevitable. He predicted a catastrophic clash between two extremes, a barbarian who followed only his own instincts, and a mad emperor obsessed with controlling everything within his reach. It would be a conflict powerful enough to drag the entire kingdom into ruin. The tower master, intrigued, asked if Cain was suggesting that this barbarian could stand alone against the entire empire. Cain paused, He couldn't say for certain what the outcome would be, but he admitted he had felt something in cattle. A sensation not unlike what he had felt the first time he met the Tower Master. An overwhelming presence, a sense of absolute power that defied the ordinary. The Tower Master raised an eyebrow and wondered aloud whether Cain believed cattle to be of the legendary hero class. Cain hesitated, saying he wasn't ready to make that judgment. At least, not yet. Still, the Tower Master concluded from Cain's words that cattle was someone of extraordinary value. Cain nodded in full agreement. Meanwhile, in the busy streets of Barkan territory, Cattle was walking through the crowded market when a woman ahead of him suddenly stumbled, nearly falling. With swift reflexes, Cattle caught her just in time and steadied her. "Be more careful with your steps," he said calmly, then asked, "Are you all right?" As usual, he braced himself for the woman to recoil in fear once she looked at him. But instead, she thanked him politely and offered a respectful bow before continuing on her way. Cattle stood there, puzzled by her calm reaction. He looked around, scanning the street and observing the people around him. Passers-by were going about their business, some casting quick glances in his direction, but none were avoiding him. No one crossed the street to get away from him. No one recoiled in fear. A deep confusion settled over him. Why had people suddenly stopped fearing him? The sunlight poured gently into the luxurious chamber, scattering across golden drapes and polished floors. Sitting upon a grand chair, the Lord looked toward the young warrior who had just entered. His voice carried quiet concern as he asked, "Are you feeling all right? I heard you were nearly branded a demon," the Lord continued, his tone lowering with a hint of unease. Kettle, still dressed in his battle-worn armor, gave a faint, reassuring smile. "There's no real issue," he replied. "Honestly, I don't even know what a brand is." The Lord studied him closely, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly. "I see. I knew you were strong but still." Then Kettle says, "But it seems the things around you are changing." "You mean the people?" the Lord asked curiously. "The people in the territory," the barbarian clarified, leaning back as if weighing every word. The Lord paused for a moment, realization dawning on his face. "Ah," he murmured softly. "That's probably because of the rumors," he explained. His tone carried a trace of frustration. He went on to describe how the whispers began, how villagers, merchants, and knights returning from the battlefield spoke of a man whose power defied human limits. Some claimed he wielded demonic energy. Others swore they saw divine light protecting him. Stories spread like wildfire across the land. They say after Aquaz was defeated, everyone except one person had collapsed, and when they woke up, Ketel's axe was glowing with divinity. Those who saw it believed that Aquaz had lent you divine power. And so people began calling you the one who fought the demon with Aquaz. Listening silently, Ketel sighed with a faint smile. "So that's how it turned out," he muttered, half amused, half resigned to the myth that now surrounded him. The room fell silent for a moment before the Lord spoke again, his expression softening. "Sorry about that," he said with a weary sigh. "By the time I tried to correct the rumors, they had already spread too far." The barbarian shook his head. "It doesn't matter," he replied calmly. "That's probably why people aren't afraid of me." The Lord frowned. "Most likely, they think of you as the demon opponent now." Kettle tilted his head slightly, as if tasting the title. "Demon opponent, huh?" He leaned back in his chair, eyes half closed in quiet thought. "So that's my reputation now." Days later, the morning sun shone over the bustling mercenary guild. Inside, a cheerful receptionist greeted him with a bright smile. "Congratulations, Mr. Ketel. Your rank has been upgraded. You're now a C rank." Ketel blinked, surprised. "C rank? Yup. You've jumped 3 full ranks," she said proudly, holding up a parchment. He scratched his chin, half amused. "That means I've actually accomplished something worth noting." The receptionist nodded enthusiastically. "Of course, you'll be issued a new mercenary badge soon. A custom one, made just for you." And because of that, it might take a bit of time. Even the badge will be custom-made for me, huh? He chuckled. She leaned forward, lowering her voice with excitement. From C rank onward, you'll be recognized by the entire guild system as a real mercenary, so we have to treat you accordingly. You'll have access to most cities, capitals, and even temples. Only the imperial capital remains restricted. The empire sounds quite strict, Ketil commented. Yes, she said with a small frown. Only those personally invited by nobles can enter. No one really knows what's going on in there. All we hear are disturbing rumors. Honestly, there's been less known about the imperial capital than even the demon realm. That bad, huh? Ketil murmured. The cheerful receptionist cleared her throat dramatically, then announced, Ahem, anyway, now that you're C rank, you can take on almost all available requests. Her excitement was contagious as she continued. You can even enter B rank dungeons as long as you have a party. Ketil leaned back slightly, a faint smirk forming. Is that so? A B rank dungeon, huh? So I'll have access to many kinds of missions now. His tone carried quiet anticipation, the kind only a true warrior feels before new challenges. Elsewhere in the guild, a heavily armored knight sighed as he held his cup. I didn't expect something like that to happen. Later that day, Ketil reunited with his party at a tavern. His companions smiled with relief at his return. Was everything handled without issue? One asked. The demon was reported, and the Inquisition said it's all good. I guess it's settled, Ketil replied calmly. That's a relief, the guy replied, visibly relaxing. The ninja then said, Still, the sun god's inquisitor is incredible, defeating a demon like that. The female was shaking beside him. That day, I didn't pass out, she thinks to herself. That's why I could tell just how powerful that barbarian really was. He completely overpowered a named demon, which mean Aquaz just came in and poked the food that was already prepared. The ninja then asked Ketil, now that he's a C rank, what he's planning to do. Nothing changes, Ketil answered simply, his voice steady. I'll just keep doing the job I assign myself as a C rank mercenary. His calm declaration silenced the table. I see, his friend said softly, watching him with quiet respect. The nun, however, frowned in disbelief. Even after rising that high, he's still humble. Don't be fooled, she thought, glaring. That stoic face hides terrifying power. Trying to lighten the mood, he leaned forward. So what do you all plan to do now? The ninja shrugged. We're just F rank. There's not much we can really do yet. Then, grinning, he added, To be honest, I was planning to live day by day like a parasite and die. But now, I want to join Ren and rise like him. The armored knight snorted, shaking his head. Only junkies think that way. No wonder he's a bottom feeder. Tension grows between them as if a battle gonna start. Ketil leaned closer with a mischievous grin. Is that so? Then what's your plan from now on? The nun cleared her throat loudly. Ahem, she interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. Trying to sound casual, she said, I simply follow the will of Lady Kaloja, as always. Ketil nodded slightly, remembering something. Now that you mention it, I think I heard something from Aquaz. The nun froze, didn't expect that. Ketil continued calmly. Those serving Kaloja are currently on a break. Only the high-ranking ones are still active. Her expression stiffened. What? She blurted out, beads of sweat forming. Aquaz must have been mistaken. I'm just an ordinary priest, really? Is that so? If you say so, I'll take your word for it. The nun forced a laugh, though inside, she was panicking. He knows? Is he really testing me? Or just messing with me? A shiver ran through her spine as dark thoughts swirled. So scary. Night fell over the city, stars glimmering above the quiet streets. Inside the mercenary guild, the receptionist stretched, yawning. Off work? Time to go home, she murmured to herself, sorting through paperwork. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A gust of cold air swept in, making her flinch. She looked up to see a tall figure in a dark cloak stepping inside. "Huh." Ear closed. She began, "No way," but stopped when the man spoke. "I have a request," the cloaked stranger said in a deep voice. She blinked, sighing in defeat. "Overtime it is," she muttered, pulling out her ledger. "All right then, what kind of request?" The man, realizing that her eyes are completely unfocused. He stepped closer, his face shadowed by the hood, cleared his throat. "What I need," he said slowly, "is an escort mission. 2 people, myself and a young girl." The sound of a pen scratching against paper filled the quiet guild hall. The receptionist, still half-tired from the long shift, repeated, "2 people? And the destination?" The hooded man's voice was calm yet heavy. "The Kingdom of Denian." She froze mid-sentence, glancing up. "Its capital," he added, lowering his hood slightly, revealing just enough of a scarred face to send a chill through her. Her breath caught. An escort all the way to Denian's capital? From this remote region, of all places. The man gave no further explanation, standing still like a shadow. Her mind began to race. An escort across nations? At this hour? She examined him carefully. The high-quality cloak, the elegant fabric beneath it, and the faint aura of nobility he carried. He's no ordinary traveler. Someone like that doesn't walk into the guild without a reason. Her green eyes narrowed slightly. Wearing a robe like that, and still hiding his identity, very suspicious. Still, professionalism outweighed curiosity. She took a steady breath and said, "All right, I'll accept it for now." She looked up and asked the final question with a careful smile. "Then, do you have any form of identification?" The atmosphere inside the quiet guild hall was heavy as the cloaked man stood before the receptionist. She eyed him carefully, still unsure what to make of him. "Something to confirm your identity?" she asked, her quill hovering above the parchment. The man adjusted his hood slightly and reached into his cloak. "Ahem," he muttered, then pulled out a small metallic card. "Use this." The receptionist's eyes widened the moment she saw it. "That's a mercenary guild token?" she gasped in disbelief. The insignia glowed faintly, engraved with divine markings only high-ranking clergy possessed. "That's not something easily obtained," she murmured, trying to process what she was seeing. Without another word, the man placed it flat on the desk. The guild's verification crystal glowed in response, confirming the emblem's authenticity. "Verified," she said quietly, almost in awe. "Then," she continued after a pause, "I'll collect the commission fee." The hooded man nodded and reached into his cloak once more. A moment later, a bright golden coin rolled across the wooden counter, shining under the dim lamplight. "Pure gold," she whispered in astonishment. "At this amount, we can provide 1 person," she said reluctantly, breaking the silence. "What?" the man replied, stunned. "Only 1?" he exclaimed, leaning forward in disbelief. The receptionist quickly explained, "It's a bodyguard request, after all. You're asking for an escort all the way to Denian's capital, across dangerous territory filled with monsters and raiders. The risk is extremely high." She gestured to a map on the wall showing the long, perilous route. "It could take nearly a month depending on conditions. That's why only A-rank mercenaries usually accept such requests." The man frowned beneath his hood. "I see. But isn't there any way to get at least 2 people?" "It's possible," she replied after thinking for a moment. "But in that case, the mercenaries will be of a lower grade. Are you okay with that?" She leaned forward, her tone half teasing, half serious. "If you're seeking reliable guards, I'd recommend at least a D-rank mercenary." The man clenched his fist slightly. "Then please give me someone skilled," he said firmly. The negotiation at the guild continued late into the night. The cloaked man stood silently before the receptionist's desk as she scribbled down the request details. "The rate you've offered covers exactly 1 person," she explained, still uneasy under his calm but heavy presence. "Still, isn't there some way?" He remained silent, his hood casting a shadow over his face. She sighed, growing irritated. "What the heck? Why are you acting so desperate?" she muttered. "Honestly, from a remote territory like this, it's hard enough just finding someone willing to take the job." Straightening her posture, she said firmly, "I'll try my best, but finding two will be difficult." "I see," the man said quietly, finally nodding. "Understood. I'll leave it to you then." After he left, the receptionist stared down at the gold coin. It was pure gold, yet its surface was oddly flattened, as if pressed by divine heat. "Small but quite a rare coin," she whispered. "Its surface is strangely refined." As he walked away, she watched his fading figure through the open doorway. He's trying to hide his identity. But who exactly is he? A chill ran down her spine. "Ugh. This is going to be trouble," she murmured to herself. Outside, the night wind swept through the empty streets. The cloaked man walked alone, his boots tapping lightly on the cobblestone. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a wooden door. He knocked it. A blonde girl asked, "Who's there?" The man, revealing his face, replied, "Your loyal retainer." The man relaxed slightly as a second figure stepped into view. A blonde woman wrapped in a similar robe, her soft blue eyes glowing faintly in the dark. "Aaron," she said quietly. She lowered her hood and smiled warmly. "Her name is Aline." "Please come in," she said gently, guiding him inside the candlelit house. "How did it go?" she asked once the door closed behind them. "They accepted the request for now," he replied, removing his hood. "Thank goodness," she sighed with relief. "How many people did they allow?" He hesitated for a moment. "Just one." Aline's smile faded, her expression tightening with concern. The flickering light reflected in her worried eyes, hinting that whatever journey they were planning, it wouldn't be a simple escort mission. Inside the quiet room, the cloaked man lowered his head. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "We don't have enough spare funds." Aline forced a small smile, shaking her head. "No, it can't be helped. If only I hadn't been stupid enough to get scammed." The man added. She sighed. "No, that couldn't have been avoided. Even if it had been me, the result wouldn't have changed." Their eyes welled with tears and suddenly buried their faces in their chest, crying out in frustration. The man froze awkwardly, caught off guard by the sudden outburst. "Silence!" he shouted, flustered. A long pause followed before both stood silently, avoiding eye contact, faces slightly flushed. After a moment, she cleared her throat. "Ahem. Anyway, about the escort mission. How long do you think it will take?" He crossed his arms in thought. "I don't know. Finding someone trustworthy might take some time." "I see," Aline said softly. "Then we'll just have to wait for now." She smiled, her expression turning gentle. "It's late. You've done well, Arom. Get some rest." He nodded slowly. "Yes." Later that night, Aline stared out the window, her expression darkening under the moonlight. The sky shimmered faintly, like golden dust scattering through the air. She muttered under her breath, "Again tonight, huh?" The next morning came quietly. Rom stood by the table, his voice heavy with regret. "I'm truly ashamed. It's really hard to find someone reliable." She frowned. "This is troubling." Then, she noticed the small bag of supplies on the floor. "We're starting to run low on food. Can't be helped. We'll have to starve for a while." "I know," he said, lowering his gaze. "It's all because of my incompetence." "No, she said gently, shaking her head. "It's not your fault." He hesitated, then muttered, "Still, telling the lord of this territory about our situation." Before he continues, she intervenes, "We can't risk it." Aline looked down, conflicted but understanding. "Yes, we can't trust anyone. Even hiring a bodyguard is dangerous. We can't afford to take any more risks." The night deepened in silence as Aline broke it with a calm voice. "Aaron, do you remember the day we had to abandon the kingdom and flee?" Her eyes darkened with the memory. We didn't even know who was friend or foe. Even though it's been a while, there's still no word from there. She sighed softly. Even though both of us escaped. I'm sorry. We've grown weak-hearted. Aaron lowered his gaze, the weight of their past clear in his expression. Outside, the moonlight spilled over the distant mountains. The grand capital of Danayan shone faintly on the horizon, a symbol of safety and risk all at once. By the way, Eileen asked hesitantly, are you sure Danayan's kingdom is truly safe? Yes, he replied with confidence. That place will protect you well. The king of Danayan made an oath when the princess was born. He paused, his tone turning serious. They might even help us seek revenge. That's why you must survive, Eileen Avarok. His gaze softened. Our princess. Eileen looked down, her fists trembling slightly. If even you are lost, our kingdom will truly be finished. He added. But, she hesitated. Can we really trust a mercenary? You don't need to worry, Arom reassured her. We paid the guild well for a reason. They'll surely recommend someone trustworthy. Eileen nodded slowly, though uncertainty still lingered in her eyes. I hope so, she whispered under her breath. Then, her expression softened as a thought crossed her mind. Just who will end up guarding me? Her imagination ran wild, picturing a strong, handsome warrior with a noble spirit. Her cheeks turned pink. I hope it's a handsome, knightly person. Meanwhile, far away, Kettle lay sprawled lazily on a wooden bed. Nothing to do, he muttered, staring at the ceiling in boredom. He sighed, rolling over. Now that I think about it, what are those guys up to now? A small smile crept onto his face as he recalled his old comrades, those stubborn brutes of the white snowfield. I bet they're still living their same stupid lives, he chuckled. His thoughts drifted back to that time, the blinding snow, the roaring winds, and the day his journey began. Our first quest over snow, he murmured. He remembered the freezing air biting his skin and the massive white bear charging toward him. At first, he thought it was just a hallucination, until the pain and the icy wind reminded him it was all real. Yeah, he said to himself with a faint grin. That first quest was hell. I nearly froze to death in a week. The blinding white of the snow stretched endlessly. In the freezing cold, Kettle's quest window shimmered before his eyes, its faint blue glow a reminder of how it all began. He had become a man of quiet footsteps, his breath visible in the icy air. The screen before him displayed quest complete. Yet after leaving the snowfields, no new quests appeared. Now, lying on his bed in the dim light of his small room, he stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Now that it's quiet, I'm almost bored, he muttered to himself. Outside, the night wind rustled through the trees. He sat up abruptly, a hint of realization crossing his face. Don't tell me, it was only for the white snowfield? His eyes narrowed, uncertainty flickering across them. I'm not sure, he murmured, turning toward the window. The faint blue light of his system window appeared once again, hovering silently before him. Thanks, system window, he said dryly, a smirk tugging at his lips. I'll play this world however I want. The scene shifted as sunlight poured through the guild's wooden walls. Kettle stood before the counter, scanning the paper handed to him by the receptionist. An escort request? He asked, raising an eyebrow. The receptionist, clearly trying to hold back her excitement, nodded enthusiastically with a bright smile. And so, without realizing it, Kettle had just accepted the request that would lead him into his next fateful journey. At the mercenary guild, Kettle looked down at the parchment in his hand. What kind of request is it? He asked casually. The receptionist, Rosa, tapped the paper with her pen. Just as it sounds. You'll escort the client to their destination safely. Is that all? He replied, unimpressed. Rosa shook her head. You'll be traveling for several days. The guild will provide lodging, but all travel preparations and protection fall under your responsibility. Kettle nodded slightly, though his expression stayed neutral. It'll take a lot of effort, Rosa warned him, but the pay matches the risk. However, she trailed off, her tone lowering. However, Kettle repeated. Rosa sighed. It reeks, honestly. The request stinks to high heaven. You can refuse if you want. Kettle's lips curved into a faint smirk. You don't get it, Rosa. Ha! She blinked, confused. He chuckled, eyes narrowing with intrigue. That's exactly what makes it good. As he glanced back at the request form, his gaze caught the destination written in neat handwriting. Destination, capital of the Denian Kingdom. His expression changed slightly. Denian Kingdom, huh? He murmured. Something about the name sparked a buried memory. A brief vision flashed in his mind. A woman with long blue hair smiling under the snowy plains. Mailina of the Akasha family. The merchant woman he met in the snowy plains. He remembered her words clearly. If you ever visit, you'll always be welcomed. A faint smile crept across his face. This is perfect. Without hesitation, Kettle turned back toward Rosa. I'll accept the request. The system window lit up instantly before him. Lines of glowing text filling the air as blue particles shimmered. Then suddenly, the air grew heavy. Kettle's eyes widened as strange blue symbols rippled across his vision. The sound of energy distortion echoed through the room, shaking the floorboards. What? He gasped. A sharp blue flash filled the air as Kettle's system window suddenly appeared before him. He froze, startled by the familiar surge of energy. Quest 785. Escort the client to the Denian Kingdom. Kettle's eyes widened. Wait. Why is this popping up now? He muttered. For months, the system had remained silent. But now it was responding right after he accepted that escort request. The blue light pulsed, reacting to his confusion. Kettle, sir? Rosa called out, her voice trembling as the energy shimmered around him. Ignoring the stares, Kettle clenched his fist. No way. It's linked to this mission. Meanwhile, at a distant inn, an old man staggered through the door, panting heavily. Aaron? A soft voice called. It was Aline, her eyes wide with concern. The request? Aaron gasped, gripping the wall for support. It's been accepted. Her heart skipped. The only C-rank mercenary in this territory? Aline placed a hand on her chest, her pulse racing. A C-rank? Really? She repeated in disbelief, her nervousness barely masked by a faint smile. He nodded firmly. Yes, you'll meet him tomorrow morning. So please, rest well tonight. Aline nodded, yes. The next morning, the system window shimmered once again before Kettle. Quest 785. Escort the client to the Denian Kingdom. He stared at it in silence. Why show up now after all this time? Then his expression hardened. So it wasn't exclusive to the white snowfield. The blue light flickered once more as he muttered. Or maybe, there's something more to this quest. Outside, thunder rumbled faintly in the distance, marking the beginning of another fateful journey. Thunder roared across the sky as heavy rain poured over the mercenary guild. Inside, a tense silence filled the room. Aline sat beside Aaron, her hands trembling slightly as she clutched the edge of the desk. What kind of person could it be? She wondered aloud, unable to hide her nervous curiosity. Being a C-rank mercenary means he's at least skilled with the sword. Her imagination began to wander. Maybe he's a cool, composed swordsman, or perhaps someone rugged, confident, and brave. Her cheeks flushed pink at the thought. The next morning, the storm finally cleared. A knock echoed at the door. Aline's heart skipped. He's here, she whispered. The door creaked open, and a tall figure stepped in, drenched in rain, his presence radiating quiet strength. Lightning flashed behind him, outlining his sharp silhouette. Kettle had arrived. The moment their eyes met, Aline froze in disbelief. Could it be him? Kettle's calm voice broke the silence. Pleased to meet you. Aline's voice stuttered. A mercenary, sir? she whispered before fainting on the spot. Aaron quickly caught her before she hit the floor. Prin, no. Lady Aline, are you all right? His expression changed to shock. You? Who the hell are you? Kettle glanced at him coolly. It's been a while since anyone in this territory looked at me this cautiously, he said, his tone detached yet heavy. As thunder rumbled outside, he looked down at the unconscious Aline. Ever since I defeated that demon, no one here has dared to challenge me, he murmured. Rosa, are these the ones I've hired? Kettle asked, glancing toward the pair. Rosa nodded. Yes, that's correct. Allow me to introduce them. This is the one who will be in charge of your escort, Barbarian Kettlenim. Aaron blinked, startled. What? He jumped from his seat. A barbarian? What kind of nonsense is this? How can a barbarian be hired as a mercenary? Please request a different mercenary. Rosa's expression instantly turned sharp. So you're questioning the decision of our mercenary guild? Aaron froze as her glare pierced through him. No, that's not what I meant. Then if you doubt the guild's judgment, she interrupted coldly, we'll consider the contract void and return your payment. No, that's not it. Aaron panicked, bowing his head. Kettle sighed quietly to himself. I feel like I've become a walking time bomb. After a brief pause, Aline stood and spoke softly. I'll accept it. Aaron turned to her, shocked. Lady Aline, but still. She shook her head and smiled faintly. It's all right. Kettle's gaze softened as he looked at her, finally stepping forward. Oh? I look forward to working with you. Aline met his eyes, her voice calm yet graceful. My name is Aline. As she introduced herself, a radiant light seemed to bloom behind her. And in that moment, Kettle knew this escort mission would be unlike any other. As they walk through the quiet forest path, the sound of their footsteps fills the air. Kettle glances back at the two trailing behind him. The princess and her companion are walking side by side, but keeping their distance. He raises an eyebrow and remarks, Isn't it a bit too far? You might be better off a little closer. The two immediately stiffen, forcing awkward smiles as they wave their hands nervously. No, we're fine. Really? They insist in unison, trying to hide their embarrassment. Aaron scratches his head and says thoughtfully, There's been no sign of any danger around so far. Kettle's expression softens, relieved that their journey has been smooth up until now. But confused, he doesn't get it, but if that's what makes them comfortable, then it's fine. He turns around and continue walking. Then, the princess' mind drifts back to the night before, thinking that in the end it turned out like this. Last night, at the merchant residency, Kettle reaches out his hand with a confident smile. I'll be counting on you from now on. I'm Kettle. The princess hesitates for a moment before shaking his hand. Yes, I'll be fine, right? She stammers, blushing faintly. Kettle smirks reassuringly. Just trust me and leave it to me. As long as I'm guarding you, your safety is guaranteed. His tone carries unshakable confidence. The princess nods with a nervous laugh. Yes, her thoughts are flustered. Is trusting him really the best option? As the flashback fades, Kettle looks up at the setting sun. For now, we'll have to spend the night here, he says calmly. The princess looks surprised, blinking as the realization sets in. Their journey is far from over. Kettle turns to the princess and her attendant with a calm voice. Are you okay? He asks, noticing their tired steps. Yes? The princess stammers, startled by his sudden attention. Kettle looks up at the starry sky. As you can see, it's late and visibility is poor. Since we departed in the evening, just as you requested, it might be better to stop here for the night. The princess hesitates, then nods. Right. Let's do that then. Kettle glances around, scanning the area. His sharp eyes catch something on the ground. He crouches slightly, noting faint traces of a previous campfire. Looks like the fire of our barbarian ancestors still hasn't completely faded. He smirks, Guess this will last a little longer. Rolling up his sleeves, he reaches for his pouch. Anyway, I'll set up a place for you to sleep. In one smooth motion, Kettle tosses out a small cube that begins to glow with runic energy. With a flash of light, a full-sized golden tent unfolds before their eyes, leaving both the princess and her companion speechless. Ah, an artifact? She gasps. An artifact of that level? How could a barbarian have that? The princess mutters under her breath, clearly shocked. Kettle shrugs casually. Oh, you mean this? I got it after completing a lot of requests. Both of them stare at him in disbelief, still trying to process the absurdity of what they just saw. After setting up the tent, Kettle turns back to them. But there's only one tent, he explains. So you two will have to share it, if that's okay. The princess blinks in surprise. Kettle, what about you? I don't mind, he replies calmly. I'm used to sleeping outside anyway. He smiles faintly as he remembers. Compared to shivering and barely resting in a snowstorm, this is paradise. He chuckles. I'll also stand watch the whole night. There was a time in the snowfields when I didn't sleep for a whole month while being hunted by monsters. The princess looks at him, speechless. That's a bit too extreme. Kettle simply waves it off. You two just sleep peacefully. I'll handle the rest. But the princess shakes her head quickly, flustered. No, it's all right. Her expression softens, clearly moved despite herself. She looks at him with concern. You don't need to deprive yourself like that, she says softly. Let's take turns standing watch. Kettle crosses his arms, unconcerned. I don't mind, he replies. Her attendant nods beside her. Neither do we. Kettle pauses for a moment, staring at the two of them, clearly surprised by their determination. He sighs with a faint smirk. Well, if you insist, I suppose there's no helping it. As the night stretches on, Kettle keeps his distance, leaning against a nearby tree while the other two stay near the tent. I was planning to stay up all night with that change, he thinks, glancing at them. What a shame. Watching them whispering and smiling faintly before retreating inside the tent. He shakes his head, while the two of them think, who knows what he'll do while we're asleep. The faint sound of the wind rustles through the trees, and the night passes peacefully. The next morning, the golden rays of the sun pierce through the forest canopy. Birds chirp loudly, announcing the dawn. The tent glimmers under the soft light. Another day of their journey begins. Inside, the princess groans weakly. I didn't get a win of sleep. I feel like I'm dying. She clutches her stomach, which growls loudly. Her attendant looks equally miserable, sitting silently beside her. Then her stomach lets out a loud growl, gurgle. Her face turns red as Kettle, who is outside, turns around with an amused look. You're hungry? He asks with a faint grin. The princess freezes, too embarrassed to respond. Well, you haven't had a proper meal in a while, Kettle says casually. Wait here a moment. She blinks. Yes? Kettle rolls up his sleeves. I'll cook something for you. The princess's mind goes blank. Cook? She thinks, flustered. As he begins preparing the ingredients, the aroma of sizzling food fills the air. Her face flushes pink as she mutters under her breath. A barbarian? Cooking? Both she and her attendant glance at each other, completely dumbfounded. Aaron, jaw opened, asks if ever learn how to cook. Kettle, unfazed, flips the pan with skill. It's just a hobby, he says calmly, not even looking back at them. As the princess and her companion stare at Kettle, he begins explaining how he learned to cook, his tone calm but firm. There in the Stonehead tribe, we never cooked, he says. They just tear into the meat and blood of whatever BS they caught. His voice carries a note of nostalgia mixed with amusement. Too busy trying to fill their bellies. Images flash through his mind of roaring fires and brutal hunts. But I cooked using the remains of those beasts, he continues. The ingredients in the snowfields were all foul and dangerous. He smirks as he remembers the grueling days of trial and error. After countless failures, I finally began to perfect my cooking. It shifts to show Kettle proudly holding a steaming bowl as the spirits of his fallen tribe members cheer him on. I studied cooking in the harshest conditions, where even lighting a fire was a challenge. He adds, his tone almost proud. Flames swirl around him as he declares, "There's no place where I can't cook." Kettle glances at the sizzling pan and mutters, "As expected, this food is far too easy." He scoops the meal onto a plate and turns toward them. Here it's done. Steam rises from the dish. A surprisingly refined meal, glistening under the sunlight. The two stare wide-eyed. "Ah!" The princess gasps, unable to hide her surprise. Then, suddenly flustered, she waves her hand. "Ah, no, I'm fine. I don't really like greasy food," she stammers, trying to keep her pride. Her companion quickly adds, "I'm fine with just this." Kettle raises a brow but chuckles softly. "I see. Do you prefer jerky then?" "Ah, no, that's not," she begins, but before she can finish, Kettle sighs dramatically. "Then I guess I'll have to eat this alone. What a shame." He digs in without hesitation, savoring every bite while the aroma fills the camp. The princess clenches her fists, glaring at the meal. "I want to eat it, but I can't trust a barbarian's cooking." Her stomach growls again, betraying her pride. She crosses her arms stubbornly. "There's no way I can eat it." As the sun sets, night descends upon their camp once more. It's the third night of the journey. Inside the tent, the princess twists and turns in her sleep, groaning. "Ugh!" Her stomach churns painfully. Her attendant jolts awake in panic. "Why, Your Highness? Are you all right?" It's already the third day of their journey. The morning sun filters through the trees as Aaron sits beside the fire, staring blankly into the flames. His expression is filled with guilt and exhaustion. "We've been walking on the mountain path for days without proper food," he thinks, glancing at the princess who lies inside the tent, weak and pale. "For someone raised with only love and care, this must be too much to endure. If only I had paid more attention." He clenches his fists, blaming himself for not anticipating her condition sooner. But then, a faint voice calls out from the tent, "Aaron, I'm fine." Startled, he looks up to see her forcing a small smile despite her fatigue. "I'm sorry for making you worry." He quickly shakes his head. "Not at all," he replies firmly. The princess gazes at him quietly before asking, "Are you all right, Aaron? You've been standing watch for both of us. You must be tired." Aaron looks away, hiding the dark circles under his eyes. "I'm fine," he insists, but the tremble in his hand betrays him. "Old men don't sleep much anyway, do they?" The princess looks at him with softened eyes, her lips curving into a small, grateful smile. "Thank you," she whispers. Outside, the night sky sparkles faintly. Aaron sits guard beside the tent, eyes heavy but vigilant. "Poor man," the princess thinks as she watches him through half-closed eyes. "He's been protecting us without rest." As her vision begins to fade, her last thought echoes gently. "I must protect him too, even if it costs me my life." The scene transitions to the next morning. Flames crackle as Kettle roasts fresh meat over the fire, the smell filling the camp. The sizzling sound draws the princess and Aaron's attention. Kettle flips the meat with perfect precision, humming quietly. The two watch from a distance, torn between hunger and pride. When the food is done, he presents it confidently, golden and perfectly cooked. The aroma alone makes their stomachs growl. Unable to resist any longer, the princess blushes, covering her mouth. She blurts, her pride finally giving way to hunger. The princess forces a stiff smile, trying to hide her discomfort as she announces that she'll be stepping away for a moment. Kettle watches her hurry off and quietly assumes she must need the bathroom. He glances back, realizing how sudden her departure was, and quickly apologizes for any rudeness. She nervously waves it off, insisting it's fine. Even though she seems embarrassed, struggling to explain herself as she anxiously fidgets with her cloak. Eventually, she excuses herself again and turns away. Ketil notices her retreating form, a hint of concern flickering across his expression. He turns his attention back to the fire, flipping the meat with quiet focus. Eren watches him for a moment. Ketil tells him that he understands the princess still doesn't fully trust him. He pauses, then responds earnestly. He reminds Eren that he's their escort. Their safety is his responsibility, and he would appreciate at least a little trust. He adds that he's human too, capable of being hurt. Eren lowers his gaze, startled by Ketil's sincerity. After a moment, he nods quietly, murmuring that he understands. Ketil finishes cooking and holds out a plate toward him. A beautifully grilled piece of venison rests on top. Ketil asks if he'll eat it. Eren freezes, staring at the food with wide, trembling eyes. He looks at the dish, then away, then back again, battling his own hesitation. The scene shifts to the princess, who has wandered far from the campsite. Kneeling by a stream, she sniffles softly, her shoulders trembling. The quiet of the forest wraps around her as the water sparkles gently nearby. Tears cling to her eyelashes as she lowers her head, trying to regain her composure. Hugging her knees as her stomach growls loudly. She whispers to herself that she's hungry, but tries to endure it. Her legs tremble from weakness, and she forces herself to stay seated, insisting she must endure this. Eventually, she wraps her cloak around herself and walks farther away, repeating that she must hold on a little longer, but her steps wobble. Her hunger suddenly spikes again, and she drops into a crouch behind a bush. Just then, Ketil offers Eren another piece of meat, casually lifting it toward him. Eren, trying to be polite, accepts despite looking conflicted. The princess sees this from a distance and freezes, eyes widening. She watches them eating peacefully without her, and her expression twists between frustration and heartbreak. She tries calling out Eren, but he doesn't hear her. Her gaze lands on the plate of beautifully cooked meat, and her shock intensifies. Eren notices her and jumps in panic. "Princess?" He yelps, stumbling as he tries to explain himself. The princess stands there silently, trembling. Eren waves his hands frantically, shouting, It's a misunderstanding." Ketil watches quietly as Eren tries to calm her down. The princess turns away without speaking and begins walking back with stiff, dramatic determination. Ketil narrows his eyes, trying to understand what just happened. She walks toward Eren and asks what exactly isn't true. She turns, cheeks puffed slightly, and reminds him that they agreed to be wary of the barbarians, and that they had promised to protect each other. Her tone carries frustration, embarrassment, and wounded pride. Eren desperately waves his hands again, insisting, "That's not it." A dark, ominous aura erupts behind him as he panics under her glare. Eren mutters, "Actually," preparing to explain himself. The princess watches Eren collapse miserably to the ground, muttering that Ketil might not actually be as dangerous as they originally believed. Her face tightens. She doesn't like hearing him say that. She tells him to stop saying things like that, but Ketil awkwardly asks if she can calm down. She forces a troubled smile, trying to hide her embarrassment. Ketil turns toward them, confused by their reactions. He realizes what this is really about. Not the cooking, not the food, but trust. He looks straight at them and says that the reason they refused to eat his cooking wasn't because of the taste. It was because they didn't trust him. Even splitting the night watch, he says, was because they doubted him. Eren and the princess freeze in guilt, flustered and panicking. She tries to deny it, but her voice shakes. Ketil lowers his head slightly, thinking to himself how he is supposed to fix this. Then he remembers. This world has deep prejudice against barbarians. Of course, I'm a barbarian from the White Snow Tundra, so I don't know all the details. Probably the barbarians outside the tundra did a lot to earn that hatred. At this point, even if I said I'm not a barbarian, no one would believe me. He exhales. Ah, that's it. He turns to them again and tells her that there's something she's misunderstanding. Both of them look up. He gives a small, calm smile. And with complete clarity, Keatle says, I am not a barbarian.